Hey, hello. I'm Chris from Airwindows. You just caught me filming another video that's not a plugin video. It's going to come out. I had a number of thoughts on a subject. I can actually show you what that subject is. Well, I could. Give me a second. I paid a little less than $150 for YouTube Premium. And I made a video on this subject because there's a lot of interesting things going on. I don't remember whether I talked about this yesterday, but it has been a couple of days of much thought on things. And I'm pretty sure that my observations might be useful. I'm also going to find out whether it helps your channel to have a video going why I chose to go to YouTube Premium. Like, we can learn some things about the algorithm here. It's like, can you in fact get attention for your channel? Oh, hello. I might need to do a little updating here. I see a thing that says can't connect to server, which suggests that my IP address is not what it was. So let's go back to my camera so that I can do some other things more freely. And we're going to see whether that's changed. No, it's actually... the server may have crashed. Port seems to be open. Okay. Give me a second. We'll continue listening to this pretty music while I sort this stuff out. I know people often like to join me. Hey, Fotis. So what we're going to do is jump over to the laptop, which does appear to be running. I should be able to see whether the server is dead or not. It does look to be running a little hot, so what I will do is I will bounce it. We'll shut it down, we'll start it up, I'll refresh, and I'll see whether it shows that it's accessible from the wide area network. If anybody was on there, sorry. Although it suggests that it's not, that there isn't anybody on there at the moment. Over to that, refresh, and now let's see whether this changes at all. Hey, not only is it accessible, but somebody's there. So I guess I'll find out who that was. It must have been on. It didn't show before. We can have a conversation about creativity. Oh, somebody might be on, but it is in the middle of the night. So whoever you is, sleeping might be good. Very good. And who have we got? Crafty Man. I built this yesterday. I think it's kind of nice. I also like having the paintings, so maybe it would be fun to grind a whole bunch more. And it's always kind of funny about Minecraft this way, in that these are not actually functional things. We're just kind of derping around pretending stuff, but nothing wrong with that. Being a musician or artist is pretending stuff. And the question is really, have you pretended something interesting enough to amuse yourself during that time, or during whatever time it is that we're talking about? And we've got some new things kicking around. Well, that's rude. Took care of him. Somebody has successfully grown some acacia. So we got a building and a pattern on the floor, which is also made through acacia, and a bed, and that's it for the time being. Lemur says, "Hey Chris, go deep. Dig as deep as you can." Already have done. There's a place out here where it goes extraordinarily deep. And we have a grown-up kitty, and Crafty Man has run into something, and I bet you're not supposed to be there, sir. Lucky Floppy doesn't have light in here, so the house hasn't really been developed. Also, this is a cute feature. It ducks down into the ground a little bit over here, and it's on a bed of lovely diamond block, because this is post-scarcity Minecraft done using the snowball mod that my brother and I made back when I was spending time with him. That's a very interesting subject, actually. There's a lot of subjects around family stuff like that, but one of the interesting ones is the kind of challenges one runs into if you are creating or if you are technologically advanced. Like, my brother would be in the category of technologically advanced. He's a computer programmer. Assuming he's still kicking around, he still is. And all of this is due to him being able to make a Minecraft mod from scratch. But some of the details around what happens when you have the ability to make giant cylinders and spheres and things like that, Crafty Man. The choice to make it possible to, for instance, have a thing like this was me. The choice to make a shell of anything and have the alteration of blocks go a certain way was me. The fundamental Minecraft mod, meaning that there is a thing that can run and plug into as a game, was him. And I wouldn't have been able to do that myself. But this is somebody who wanted to do these things not because they were things to do, but wanted to do these things because he wanted to spend time with friendly people. It's all a little bit sad, really. He has a lot of money, but was always kind of challenging to hang around with. I can be challenging in my own way, but I found both of my brothers to be challenging and distinct in separate ways as far as hanging around with these guys, and stopped really being able to do it. It became too much. It became too heavy of a burden. And the funniest part is that some of the reason for that is because they felt that I had to be cared for and taken care of like a disabled person, which, I mean, I've said I am. But it wasn't their job to make things be okay for me, and they weren't interested in understanding or paying any attention to what things were like for me. So it's like, it's our job to make things be okay for you, even though you don't really deserve it, but I don't really want to pay any attention to what that might mean. Or remember, one of the things I was talking about in the video that I made this morning was how I'm treating technological ways to not watch advertisements as a disability accommodation. And I'm quite serious about that. As serious as I am about getting some terracotta and maybe doing something along those lines today. But the disability accommodation thing I consider quite serious because as somebody with autism, I don't feel that I have as easy a time with being confronted with information and being able to just shrug stuff off. For instance, if I'm in a room with lots of people and, oh, no, I'm the oldest. There's a lot of complicated reasons why my family ended up becoming challenging. One of them was that I was the oldest, but also I have the autism thing. But I've always kind of been Chris from Airwindows. I've always been able to be exceptional in certain ways and be very handicapped in others. And that doesn't make sense if you're like a younger brother who wonders why your older brother is being treated with favoritism and why the mom and dad are behaving as if that's really the special kid. I pushed really hard to try to live up to what mom and dad seemed to need. And it was very definitely, live up to your special kidness because you're clearly the wonderful one. That's not fair to the other kids. They're wonderful in their own right. But I felt a lot of pressure to succeed and live up to the promise of what I was supposed to be like. So they were younger brothers. They're also exceptional in various ways. The one that was doing the Minecraft programming has a bunch of things in common with me, honestly. You could say he was on the spectrum and have it not be too implausible. Like you could figure that one out and be like, oh yeah, I can see how that might be. That said, you don't call people that unless they're calling themselves that. So I'm not running in that direction, just saying that's something that is relatable. That guy I find very understandable on that basis. It's just that people can be difficult in all manner of different ways. And, gosh, what was I leading towards? Oh, look, that could be interesting. Maybe we should make some nice place to get some vines, because vines can be handy. We'll plant those in the tunnel or in the other tunnel or in all of the above, because we could always duplicate them. Any more of these? Nope. I had an idea for a game. So one of the things that Eulimer, the interesting thing about that you've just said, I am a hero for many. To some extent, it's a choice. You get to choose to, John Lennon said a working class hero is something to be. If you want to be helpful and supportive to people, you can choose to do that. That is often available. It's not an inaccessible thing. It's like the logical extension of being sort of community-oriented, thinking along the lines of it takes a village, thinking about people around you. And if you have the abilities and are willing to put in effort towards that, then sure, you can come off looking like a hero because you're doing heroic actions. And that's rewarding in its own right. But yeah, one of the things I was talking about came down to how it's been on this server, where it's a little bit like what I'm trying to do with the plugins, honestly. And so I've made these various things, and what I'm seeing is, my style is kind of expressing itself in various ways. I made a racetrack. Luisipo made a ice track. It's not the largest of ice tracks, but it's a start. It was going to be Nordschleife. Somebody has made perhaps a Catholic motif. If you got to make Catholic motifs, I'm glad that the Pope is the way that he is currently, because I like that man. But, and I've made a sort of funky half shell with floors at certain levels and so on. We've got 2 different Airwindows billboards. There was a Hi Chris written down. I don't remember whose this was, but this has a style going on which I quite enjoy. I don't see anything else happening in it at the moment, but somebody's played Minecraft before, and they've got a bunch of spruce wood, apparently. They're making ceilings out of half slabs, which is why we can go up this high and have this still open. At least this, I'm sure this is half slabs, but I'm curious as to whether it's disguised or not. And now I'm curious as to how it can even do that. Interesting. But we've got an upstairs and we've got a ceiling. So why can we open this into the ceiling if it's blocks? That's a really interesting question, and here's the answer. It's not blocks, it's stairs that were placed onto this block, so you can't really see that gap. I'm loving it. That's beautiful. I love it. But another reason that I was pointing this out is that we have this interesting thing, and this has been the case every time I've ever played Minecraft with people. We've got a monster grinder over here and a series of other monster grinders that took place after there was an accident, and one of the players here busted a monster grinder that I had built. We've got a lot of quartz, and that's probably because I was building with quartz. You're attacking me. That's not going to do. We've got a bunch of creepers, and we've got no light up here. Although I see a glow. What on earth is going on there? I'm not sure what's causing that. Yep. Fotis, by all means, make your suggestion for a brightener. Might or might not work, and we'll see. But yeah, I feel like one of the things that's been going on, and I could also fill in this dirt there. I'll fill that in someday. Do I have dirt with me? Nope. I can gather the terracotta together, though. And I was thinking in terms of more of the coloring of blocks, because we can repaint all of this stuff using the terracotta blocks to be anything we want. Like, for instance, we've got red terracotta, so I could just magically turn that to red terracotta because I can. All of this area could be red terracotta. or not. If I mine up just a single piece of this, I can put it back. So one of the things I was going to do is make some other colors of this, because all this can be repainted at will. But what I'm noticing is that I set the tone for let's build things with quartz blocks, because that's kind of special. You don't start out with quartz blocks. I went into the Nether to get them. And then a lot of other people are using quartz blocks for things. Whereas if I had started with, say, coal block, maybe everybody would be building stuff with coal block. And it's like this with, there's another thing that I could do is clear up some of this snow. It might be a little bit like that with, okay, somebody is a joker. We've got a whole bunch of llamas in here. Okay. You never can tell what you're going to run into when you come over here. Meh. Just don't spit at me and we'll be friends. You know, I didn't know, I'm not sure that I can generate llamas. So this is rather clever. I'm not at all sure. Oh, by 1 minute warning for anybody who wants to avoid running advertisements. You know, the LoadingReadyRun folks will often say, yeah, I'd appreciate it if you'd let those play. I don't feel the same way about it, but sometimes that's the way people feel. Yeah, see, we've got coal block, and so I could be building things out of coal blocks, and then maybe everybody would make everything dark. And my pity you can't make, oops. Pity you can't make dye out of coal. I think I'm just going to have to get some more ink sacs, because I'm interested in making some black terracotta and possibly some stained, well, no, black is stained, possibly some fancy terracotta. So when I was building game things with my brother, there was a challenge where what he valued was his abilities to put the stuff together from scratch, which I didn't have. I wasn't enough of a programmer to be able to go, okay, here's how the structure of this goes, here's how the structure of that goes, bada boom, bada bing, and now we have a glorious mod. And he just sort of read the instructions. He read how mods work, and then just knew how to make it work. That hasn't been me. I haven't been able to do that. But then being able to make things work, he would do stuff like I'm going to make a asteroids game. Or, you know, I'm going to make Breakout. Who knows? Anything like that. And then he would code the thing up, and he would make the thing, and there would be a asteroids game, or Breakout, which already existed. And that would be where it stopped. You know, there wouldn't be anything more. It would be like, and now we have made Breakout. And we already had Breakout, but there it is again. My take would be, oh, we should do this, but this. Let's make it do a thing. Like, okay, let's make a house, but it starts on this thing that follows the shape of this land. And that is also a definable goal, but it would be towards a purpose. It would be like, wouldn't it be cool if something in this direction, some kind of thing like this, and I feel there would be something neat in here somewhere that should exist. Have I been in a band? Asked German Puerta. Oh yeah, a couple of times. Not recently though. First band I've talked about the first band that I was in, was a informative thing. Cows don't open doors. One of the things that prepared me pretty well for the modern age was I was in a band with a kid who was born female and was clearly a guy. His name's Zane now. And this was in the 80s. Like, people were still working on, like, being able to be publicly gay. There wasn't even the way of thinking about some of these things at the time. But there wasn't any getting around it. Like, this dude was one of the guys, and, you know, that was just how it was. And he was not a happy guy. I mean, would you want to go around being, like, medium effeminate and your body betraying you in various ways, carrying around cumbersome sacks, all of that kind of stuff? He didn't like it. He did not like any of this stuff. And that was I'm pretty sure that I started right off as a drummer. I started with guitar, and then I wanted to play drums because Bill Bruford mostly. And so I got in this band just as a kid. I don't think we ever played live. I don't think we got that far. Bass player was my best friend at the time. Haven't seen him for a lot of years. He ended up becoming a bass teacher at Berkeley. He had a Rickenbacker bass. After many, many years, I finally have one. And that's one of the places where I learned that was a sound that I wanted. That, and of course, yes, being into Bill Bruford and Chris Squire and all. So I've been a lot of Rickenbacker basses in pop music. He was my friend Pedro. I don't know if he's still teaching. And it's another thing about how people behave, like, oh, dude, don't get political. You shouldn't bring stuff like that. Yeah, this friend of mine was from Chile. There was stuff that was going on in Chile that was not of the good. And he survived and got away from there alive. And I don't go around asking him a bunch of questions about what he thinks. You never can tell. People can come to wild conclusions about stuff like that. But, yeah, certain opinions about some kinds of things, you don't get to just get away from them by going, I don't feel like thinking about that right now. Stuff sometimes matters. And that's why I take an interest in some things. But yeah, so that was my best friend. We were both really into smoking pot. In fact, I ended up having to give it up. I was that much into it that I ended up not being able to continue. Too much smoking pot. And that's not the fault of the pot. That was because I am the kind of person that can't really accommodate that. Have this dissatisfaction thing going on where it'll be very easy for me to, whatever there is, I'm going to want more. I treat my espresso that way a little bit as well. It's a fairly safe way to indulge my addicty nature of just nothing's ever really enough, and I just want more, and I want more coffee, thank you. And we're gonna make this entire cavern a mossy cavern, because it's a good enough place to grow some more vines rather than simply having to duplicate them, which we could also do. And then continue the motif. And then let's continue this motif along a little bit. And then we can have vines hanging in front of the nether portal. But yeah, one of the interesting things about working with my brother on games is what he really wanted was to spend time with people. And certain kinds of nerds have difficulty, me being one of them, with being able to spend time with people because you want to start talking about your own inventions or whatever, get really self-absorbed. I remember when I did go and hang out with my brother, it was often like, you know, reporting upon various things in his life and what was happening with the Linux distribution that he was using and stuff like that. And it was what folks will call emotional labor of just getting up to speed with, here's what this person wants to talk about, and we're going to have to sit here and hear about it. And if I start talking about stuff, he doesn't really have the capacity to do a back and forth and bring in new ideas, because the new ideas thing is the very powerful brain, like a locomotive that runs on tracks kind of thing. And so we didn't necessarily get like an interplay, a back and forth, where it's like we're bouncing ideas off of each other and stuff. Further exacerbated by the fact, why are there no squids? By the fact that he wanted things to be orderly. This is Minecraft with a server mod, which is Snowball Madness. Snowball Madness does this, or things like it. Many of the things around here are in part produced by Snowball Madness. I'm on a Mac Studio, and the version that I'm playing, which is giving this FPS thing up here, is a Lunar Client. I'm not actually using the Lunar Client features, but at the moment it is content to allow me to use it in hopes I'm going to buy some of their stuff eventually. If they end up doing anything unpleasant or hijacking things for me, I'll figure out something else, a different thing to do. But for the time being, I'm using it because it runs in Apple Silicon faster than the native client. So what I'm finding is that even when I run Minecraft servers like this, there is this gradient between people who will show up and, for instance, over here, somebody was like, I want to have a house, and this is the aesthetic I have in mind, and let's see if I can implement this. Let's see if I can make this happen. Or I just broke this guy's spawner. I'd better make a grinder. I would say maybe 50-50 chance that this was looked up. And the other 50% chance is it was improvised. Like, oh, I better make a grinder. I know how this works. Therefore, let me make something along these lines. But it also could have been done from a YouTube video where it's like, here's how to make a good mob grinder. And the details of what we've got here, like the hoppers and so on, that is part of the mod. That's part of Snowball. It's the post-scarcity thing. So getting the hoppers was not a difficult thing in any respect. Oh, I've got a dark area in here. And we have this thing going on, which is very relevant to what I do for a living, making the plugins, in that not only is my job to think of new sounds and new things on a basis, I think probably beyond anybody else's ability. I don't know anybody else is even able, even with some of them being sort of killing time and just putting out something during the week because like whatever. Even with that, I don't really know a lot of people who are doing weekly updates. And again, that's in the face of not really being able to program super well. And by the same token, when I'm doing this streaming, I can come up with a series of ideas for what I want to make while I'm here, and have repeatedly done that. And there are folks who come and maybe don't build things as fast, and there's folks who come and what they would really like to do is follow me around and do my bidding. They would like to help me implement my vision. And this is a very sweet thing, while also being not really what the game is about. Let's see now. What is another something that I could do? I could grab this stack of birch planks and make a whole bunch of steak. And then a whole bunch of painting. Perfect. Now we can put all kinds of paintings all over the place. So it's interesting because doing this line of work of like selling or communicating to people plugins, part of it is if you want to get paid and that's your primary motivation, you go around trying to convince people that the thing that you have this week is the coolest thing ever and they should want that. Give me a second, I got to throw another log on the fire. We're going to keep this going for a while because it was unusually cold this morning. It was around 20 degrees. That's not necessarily unusually cold for Vermont. It was a little colder than it has been. Also, I see there's a little more talk in chat about EQs and things, so I should jump in there. Air silk. Well, you know what? As long as I'm hanging around here and waiting for even one squid to show up so that I can start with some ink sacs and make some dark colored terracotta. Let's have a little look at some of this stuff then. So Air 2. So here we have the code for Air 2. And let's see now. So silk control A. Some of these are plus minus. I guess I got a... It's going to be the header file telling me which one's which. So parameter 4 is silk. So let's see, what were we doing with that then? Parameter 4. So intensity is what that is. So intensity is going to be Adam, I'm not really your dad, but I wish you the best of luck with whatever dad is. And thank you for inquiring. There's 2 people out there in the world who would have a reasoned... Oh, hello. Silk is intensity. So intensity is what then? Correction. Oh. Yeah, what that's going to be. Hyperreal hand grenade. Oh my god, yes, that's in fact exactly what I'm doing. That is going to be a offset. So that doesn't necessarily, like, it won't necessarily be automatically affecting lows. It's a very simple phenomenon, that is. Seems to be happening at 11K. I think it should be happening during all of them. We're using cycle end here, so it is doing undersampling. What I'm doing is Minecraft playing and talking to my stream. About 43 minutes in, and we're going to spend the day derping around doing whatever. I'm trying to have my thoughts be not too scrambled, but then that's always one of the challenges with me. And let's see, so correction equals 0, 0. Interesting. Well, correction is -1 times intensity. Oh, I see how this is working. See how this works? This is where silk is happening. I got my high frequency thing going on in here. And then what we're doing is a saturation, but we're making it nonlinear. We're making the saturation sort of go to the side. And this is available anytime I'm doing a sine factor. So if you like the silk behavior that much, we can throw that on anything. You could throw it on channel. We could throw it on a console plugin or a specific band of a console plugin. Although I would be more likely to do what was being done in the recent plugin modeled after Inflamer. I would be more likely to do the one that's in Inflamer because it's a simpler algorithm that also is nonlinear. But this is another way of making a nonlinear clip. This is another way of making it so that the saturation curves are a little different either way around. What we're doing is multiplying by intensity and then subtracting 1. And post-sine is what the end result would be. It's going to be up here somewhere because I won't have calculated it twice. I assume it's going to be up here somewhere. Where am I getting post-sine? That seems weird. Is it actually down here where everything else is? Plus equals post sign. Double bridge rectifier. Okay, so where am I getting post sign? That seems weird. But what it's going to be is one with a sign factor on there. Let's go in search of that as well. Do I have a plan for making a video game? Absolutely. I have numerous ideas around video games, and I have done stuff in Godot. That's partly what I was talking about in the sense of like time I've spent with my brother, where basically he wanted to spend time with family members, and I wanted to try out some ideas for games. I'm just spending a moment here looking through and seeing where did that post sign come from. It's not up here. Curious. Post sign. Where on earth is this being defined? I don't have to find this, I'm just curious now. I'm going, how is this even working? What have I done? What have I done with this stuff? Possible that if I have failed with that, it won't compile. Or maybe I've defined it in the H file. That'd be weird. Suppose not impossible. Oh, I've made a mistake. Bear with me. I'll put this back. I'm going to put all this back. See, I launched all of Xcode. Did not actually want to. See, we've defined it there and we're referencing it somewhere else. I don't need to run all of that stuff while screaming, so how about let's not? And it's defined, so I'm not looking for where it was defined, but I am looking for where it was made into a number. And sure enough, we've defined it here because that's the exact value it's supposed to be. And we define it in reset and then just never change it. And then we're scaling things and the offset is always the same. So that could also be fixed numbers. But let's see, enough of that. We started talking about the code, and so that's one of the things that I can always do is jump in and let's jump into my house and pass the night. Jump in and start explaining the code because it's open source, and so everybody gets to know how it works. So I mentioned undersampling. Undersampling is what I do when I want a sound effect that's not meant to be ultra bright high res kind of stuff to work at high sample rates without any extra burden. Like if I have a reverb, there might not be any reason to run it at 192K and like correctly synthesize reverb impulses for, 80 kilohertz transients. And I'll tell you why. 80 kilohertz transients won't make it past 3 feet in real air without going away. These sounds don't persist when you're listening to them in reality. In actual air, the sound of space inherently includes high frequency roll-off. So you can't have 80 kilohertz detail in your reverb tail. It simply does not exist. It sounds fake. And so if I'm doing things like that, I can use undersampling. If we're running at like 44.1 or 48K, then we are taking up. Hello. Up. We're not going to be wanting to use the arrows. We're going to be wanting to use a looting sword. Back in the day when I had a group of folks that I was playing with on the original version of this seed, I built a house around here, and I would hang around getting black dye and just sort of squid hunting. And I'll continue to do some of that. No reason not to. We'll see how this rolls. You know, I don't remember the name of the plugin that Texturize is based on. It's one of those ones that was popular with folks for a while. It became a bit of a meme. Oh. I don't remember whether this was here before or not. Actually, I think that's just a lighting glitch. Yeah, pretty sure that is just a lighting glitch. I've also just remembered another thing that I wanted to do, so maybe I'll try to bounce around and do all of those things. I'm going to go in and check on the XP grinder, because nobody actually remembers how to reload this thing. It's Goatland. Yay. Let's see whether that's been drained dry yet or not. Not quite. It's actually hanging in fairly well. This is designed so that as long as there's still stuff in the system, I can reload it. And I will do so now. Then we're going to do a little enchanting, or possibly just some combining. Because I thought of a game that could be played. We might try to do that. Oh, I think it would be the Matt Fidef. I remember that now. That's the name of the company. The OVO Records Plutonium, I don't remember that one so much. But I do remember that it was the Fidef thing. That's not good. I feel like there's supposed to be something here where there is not. There we go. Good enough. Got there. We'll chuck some of these spare things out. Don't even need the one with the XP. After all, there are more efficient ways of doing that. Although we might as well use a bunch of it up. Now I can take this other thing of XP and dump it into these, which have now been used up enough that there's room. And we're good for now. I should put all these llamas in the nether. But if I leave them around here, they're just going to spit on me. Or I could put them all down here. That away. There you go. Come on. Go on. Take a nice swim down here. Do we have any leads? So here's a bunch of useful things, but what I was thinking of, can I get a high-level knockback? Because I have a particular thing in mind which might be fun. And there are two ways I can go about this. See, what I'm thinking to do... Is that a knockback? No, it is not. That can, however, go with the other stuff. And the lapis can go with the other stuff. I'm a bit low on wood over here, aren't I? So we're going to try a couple of things. Firstly, let's make one wood sword and one cobble sword. Then we got to find out whether you can even enchant a wood sword. It might be too lame. Oh, no, apparently you can. I want to make wood swords with knockback and do a zombie on ice game where you have to hit the zombie into the opposing goal. I feel like that would be fun as hell. And we shall see whether that is a practical thing to attempt. That will involve so unbreaking, unbreaking, or Bane. So we can take the unbreaking. I'm not going to want any of the looting. I'm not going to want any of that other stuff. I just want to get knockback in the right place. Because I need to design sort of the Nerf bat for this game. Let's see. Let's make another wood sword, or two, or all of them. I don't have knockback books elsewhere, do I? That's the looting. Bunch of thorns, sharpness. These are all valuable, whereas what I'm looking for is not going to seem very valuable at all. And I would not mind finding leads. I know I had... Can I make a lead with something? String and Slimer? Something like that. Well, I suppose I can first do this after I push you down the... Stubborn llama, go this way. I wonder what they even follow. Wheat, maybe? Nope, nope. Not gonna do you a bit of harm. We're going for a swim. And by we, I mean you. Have I done live streams of coding my plugins? Indeed, yes, I have. I could still do so. This is just sort of me unwinding a little bit. Oh, are we going this way? What an admirable idea. Let's go and this is an amusing way of spending some time. And there we go. So we're clearing out this area a little bit of the llamas. And enchanting more things. Knockback? No, but that's another unbreaking too. I am thinking maybe I don't even want to bother with, like, knowing that I can in fact enchant books. I'm not sure if I want to deal with the stone thing because it'll cause more damage. This is not really about making a game where we're damaging mobs. Instead, we're making a game where we're knocking them around on ice, because that will be extremely amusing. Yeah, I know. I got to get the knockback first, though. I have to have at least one knockback book. But I do like the idea of having the unbreaking. Sharp wood. Yep, I believe that. That sounds... Bingo. Got one. So, technically, that's kind of all we need. We'll just use up some anvils in the process of making this all work. Now I can make lots of... Not, I guess you don't... No, you do. Unbreaking 2 and knockback 1. So I don't need Bane of Arthropods. It's not going to do any harm, but it's just kind of annoying. I'm giving the llamas a sword. They can go and wield the sword. Hi. I'm not going to use the knockback sword on you because it's still a weapon, but I will push you in the direction of the stream. Won't do you a bit of harm. You'll love it. Go for a swim. Whee! I was half expecting it to pick up the sword. I don't know why I was expecting it to pick up the sword, but that would have been funny and disturbing. Then let's get rid of the last of these. Oh, hello. Very good. And then throw them out. pain and sharpness. Then this gets duplicated. Those can get thrown out. I'm giving more swords to the llamas. Giving swords to llamas. Dangerous process. And then the next thing will be duplicating a bunch of these guys. So as we can have more. You guys should not hang out here. You'll get hit by stray stuff. See, now they're actually armed, so that's troublesome. They'll hit back. And I think the knockback is working on those too. So usually when they just have hi. Let's see, and there's an enchanted book, and this is full. So there's a couple of those. We'll fill this up like that, and then they'll show up here. Sure have a lot of diamond horse armor. That's good, right? Hey, you just moved up this way, so how about we move you over to where this nice stream is? You want to take a nice bath? I need leads. What does it take to get leads? String and a slime ball. That is what it needs. Let's see whether we can't make that happen. Got some string. Oh, and that's also some slime balls, so okay, that ain't good. We're gonna die. That sucked. Give me my stuff. You, sir, can get hit with the that was your fault. Me. Okay. Back to what we were trying to do with much less XP now. And a scrambled inventory. I don't think they're going to start spitting at me because they saw me attack their friend, although by rights they should. And let's try and reconsolidate what I was even doing. We fly with this. And then the arrows go here. And very good. And now the rest of these guys will get more gentle treatment because now I can make leads. Oh, interesting. Hi there. We're all coming along. But how do we release the leads? That's my question. Because this is a confusing, chaotic scenario. Oh, I've clearly released one of them. Very good. Oh, I need to release you. You want to go that way, do you? Not yet. Oh, that worked. I went too far and the lead snapped. So now you can all go playing down there. Very nice. I had no idea they were all going to come together. That's actually kind of handy. Anybody left? No? Wow. Llamas are pack animals. Clearly. Now, to continue with our... And this shouldn't be there. That's a terrible idea. Firstly, let's get the terracotta in one place. Don't need a Bane of Arthropod sword or a Sharpness sword. It makes no sense. But this is the one that's the model for the rest of them. Then... So we're going to chuck the Bane. I got those because I'd thrown them down there. Oh, and there's a spare lead. So we'll keep these around just in case we need to do this again. Put the hoe there for now. I just put something in here. What was it? It was the paintings. They won't go there, but they will go here. Now we're going to make a bunch more of these guys. They're going to be much lower level now. Because I am much lower level now. And all these guys now have weapons, so I don't want them to get close to me. But they're going to generate a whole bunch of swords that I can dupe together. Meaning I'm going to need more XP, so over to here, which I just reloaded. What am I doing? I need those leads. This fellow needs to come with me. Go join his friends. One thing, if you're doing sort of low-level enchants or combines and things like that, there's no point in going for super high levels because they'll just get used up quicker, whereas you can add lower levels way faster. And let's see about making some brand new wooden swords. They're a little expensive. Boy, to the point where Have to re-up my XP a little bit, but that's because they're good amounts of knockback. Technically, I don't have to be standing in there because the XP will reach me regardless. We're going to use this thing up pretty quickly doing this. Oh, it'll get up to Unbreaking 3, will it? That becomes the new base for further duplication. And I gotta go grind a little more XP. Do I have anvils around here? I could put anvils here. That might be nice. Then I don't have to go all the way over here. That's going to take a 30. Wonder whether I could make a pressure plate system here to do this. I just have to power this block. Have I got pressure plates kicking around? If I don't, I bet I can make one. So I see how this works. Pressure plate, pressure plate. Nope. There's one. Redstone dust, redstone dust. Nope. How about here? Yes. Good heavens, really? Matt quotes me on the testimonials page? Well, in fairness, I'm doing a free plugin that does the same type of thing that they charge for, so I can't argue with that. They can go ahead and do what they feel they need to for that, because it's like I'm hurting their business by taking away a thing. Uh-huh. Now let's see how the pressure plate thing works. Yeah. That worked. I could even fill in this bit here. In fact, that's exactly what I should do. could also put the pressure plate. Did it just evaporate? Seriously? Do pressure plates vanish when you do that? How tiresome. Well, let's slice a little more off of the pressure plate and put it here. Then we just have to keep the llamas away from it. Because if mobs come in and start standing on the pressure plate, we're going to empty it out. Yeah, if Matt wants to, as long as it's something that I said, and I'm sure they use something that I actually said, then that seems a fair reaction to me doing a competing thing. Like, I'm not taking away potential business of theirs. They just have to do their thing better than mine, which may or may not be the case. And you know there's no such thing as bad publicity. So if they feel that furthers their... Hi. I hope it's a quote. If they just made something up, that would be a little bit more unfortunate. Probably a quote. I can't see why they would fail to do a quote given an opportunity. So with a bit of luck, that's what it is. Okay, this is going to end up using this up even faster, but what the hey. And that gives me enough of this to continue my work. Fair? Okay. If they're doing a quote from a post that I made on Gearspace, I think that is reasonable. They should be able to do that because, like I said, if it's on Gearspace, I'm guaranteed to have not said anything negative about them, because as a manufacturer, you cannot gripe about other manufacturers on the site. That is not something that you can go around doing. So it basically means that that post is guaranteed to be some kind of positive remark. The swords are for a game idea that I had. We're going to spawn zombies on a big ice hockey rink and whack them into goals. That should be fun. Because we got the ice, we got a bunch of things now. Let's put those leads back over there and make some more of these guys. This time unbreaking threes. Ideally, we'll get zombies who are like this one, where they're extremely tough and don't fall easy, because then we can bat them about with the bonk sticks for ages and ages. Wow, that one is like brand new. Sir. That was somewhat uncomfortable, but I am wearing Thorn's armor. Yeah, I see no reason we can't do that with the zombies, and we can create zombies ad infinitum. So let's see. So there's the Unbreaking 3. These are now all Unbreaking 3, which I think is as far as we can go. I don't think they go any higher than that. They most definitely do not. And it's still not quite done, so we're going to just have to do a little more. That should do it. What? Really? Must have done it too many times. Okay, so then we'll have these new ones, and then we'll manufacture some more. And maybe that can be here. Or even in here. Oops. That would work. All right. Leveling amplifier. I've got a whole bunch of compressors. Look under compressors. We've actually got new stuff on the website from just recently where a fellow out of the Surge Synthesizer forum wanted to have more in the way of instructions and categories for plugins. And so I went and did Airwindows over again so that the categories that we have in the Surge synthesizer are also applied to all the plugins. And I went through and categorized everything. And I do mean everything. So go to airwindows.com and look under compressors. And that should give you what you seek. Yeah, that's an interesting idea, Lucasipo. I would bear in mind, while thinking about that, that people don't respond Hello. Are all of these... Can we not do these now? I beg your pardon. Suppose we could just throw them away. What if we make a bunch of regular swords and use those? See, if I use my crafting table, I can make an unenchanted sword. Then Let's see whether we can still do the enchanted one, but rather than boosting its enchantment level, we just make it a little stronger. That worked. So now what we got to do is more of that. Then we can bring that up to the desired standard. And repair these guys like that. And then repair this guy like that. Maybe just a few more. I repaired it with a wooden sword, which is good enough. You know, if you simulate a spring, it might be not too different from pressure. The pressure plugin has some non-linearities going on in it. I'm keeping an eye on my fire. It's cold today, so I don't want it to get too cold. Okay, let's make a few more and then see where we get. These guys I don't want to get close to, seeing as they, although one side effect of playing this game is if we make the zombie puck on the ice rink, yeah, some of them come out as new. Interesting. If we make the zombie puck on the ice rink, and we have these swords as weapons for booting things around. Here, I'll hit the sheep once. Oh, okay. That's rather sad. Oh well. Didn't mean to do that. Well. Sad music ensues. Here we are. What I'm thinking is if you drop the sword and the zombie grabs it, then that's going to become more uncomfortable to play with. Will become more of a challenging situation. I beg your pardon, how can this be too expensive? That's crazy. How are we duplicating these in such a way? Well, Lucasipo, I like the way you think, because Buttercomp already splits the waveform into positive and negative sides and compresses them separately. and interleaved. So that is already 4 parts. Buttercomp is 4 compressors. So yeah, keep thinking your thoughts, man. I've done that one before, but that shows that you're on the same path that I've taken. So if you like the kinds of stuff that I do, interleaves means that it does banks of odd and even samples. That's an unusual choice that nobody other than me ever tries to make. And I mention it just because that's the truth. That's what I've chosen to do. It means that if you had a signal where some of the samples were, let's see now. If you had a situation where a bunch of the samples were zeros, and then only the odd numbered samples were making a pattern, then one of the compressors would never engage at all and the other one would. Now let me see, what were we doing? We were feeling a little bit sad about the sheep that I didn't mean to kill, but go figure. They're not very strong. And even though it's only a wooden sword, it's still a sword. Speaking of which, I can throw this other wooden sword in the drink. Boop. Got a whole bunch of stuff kicking around. But what I'm going to want to do is leave some of this. Come up with a place for a chest. And I think grab some of this packed ice. I'll just leave this much. Because we're going to think of a suitable space for making this funky ice rink. Yeah. Oh, no, I could definitely... The zombies will... like, if I have a high... Here. We're generating zombies now. We're generating them with a wooden sword. So maybe I'll switch it over and then they will generate carrying bunches of chests. But this zombie is wearing purple. Because I'm level 40, that is already a fairly tough zombie. Like if I was to hit him with the wooden sword, which I could do, it'll start wearing it out a little bit, but it is Unbreaking 3. If I hit him with the wooden sword, like this, it'll take a little while to wear this guy out. And if we're on ice, he'll go sliding around the ice, certainly, but it seems to be about as much knockback as I can get. But you see that he is lasting fairly well. He's also faster than your average zombie would be. So it does kind of matter what your choices are around there. But yeah, you can see it's already a fairly, like you can have a game out of that, and that'll work fairly well. And we could set them up with like really powerful armor too. You just create the zombie and then drop a bunch of diamond armor and they'll last much longer. But that's probably going to last long enough, especially since we can spawn any number of them. Like I can just start spawning them until there's huge quantities. Oh, and hello. That could be a number of things, and one of them is a quick and easy way to get not only the shape of a rink, but a huge amount of ice. So maybe we're onto a winner here. We just got to start heading around and finding a suitable space. There's our horse race. Here's a flat space. Because remembering, of course, that these are really big structures. When I make stuff using chest plates, it can be from relatively big to unreasonably big. So I'm going to want to find somewhere that's well out of the way. And also one where nobody else is trying to build anything there. We could also do multi-level ice. That could be amusing. Have it be almost like a spleef arena, except for there's just holes in it. There has been a snowball here because it's made a big old shape of air. That might be a good enough reason to do this here as well, seeing as it's already, the integrity of the land has already been implicated. So this is already kind of a danger zone, an area where something is here, and so therefore we could simply we'll probably dig down a little bit as well. Then if I use this one, and there's packed ice on top, I should get my cylinder. And I eat myself up. Sure enough. So yeah, we're going to want to remove some of this space, because this is not, this is the central area, to be sure. It's also getting dark. Well, that should have worked. Did it? Yes, it did. I can still fly out of here if there's trouble. If I had a bucket, I could empty this stuff. Let's go back to stuff and sleep, and then get ready to do a little more of this work on stuff. Oh, that's a really good point, Luca. Luca mentions that I can just put swords in a shulker and then it will duplicate them with perfect reliability. I like it. We'll do it. I will dupe up a bunch of swords that way forthwith. But first I'm going to grab a bucket as soon as I can find one. there's two. Bucket snowballs have their uses. We're going to use it to clear out some of all this water. I don't think it'll take the ice, though. Now there's a racetrack. Up, down we go. We'll be using some diamond pick to just mine away and get this down to ground level again, so that we can use that as the blocks to fill in the rest of this. But before we do that, we've got buckets which are going to take away. That was risky. Some of this lava and water. In particular, the lava is going to be a little cumbersome. Don't want that. It's going to take away source blocks and the standing lava, but some of the standing lava will just drain. There we go. Now we're going to return to our diamond pick and do a little flat work. See how this works out for us. Because I'm going to want to be basically at this level, so if I fire here, it should do a pretty good job of allowing the flatness, although... Thank you, zombie. Your opinion is noted. Although it's not making that hole go away. But if I do this correctly, it will not intersect the wall, and we'll just take it right up to where it needs to be. And then we'll be filling in some of these holes. We want to make a big flat floor, and we're going to want to fill this in. This is an unpleasant little scenario. It's basically a hovering space there. But you know, we might be just fine. Oh, and hey, we went up to that. Does that mean this has been removed? 1 alpha 6, hello. 1 alpha 6 has just joined. I'm going to leave that as it is. I don't know whether this takes away. Hi. Ice blocks. But I don't want to take away ice blocks, so I'm going to be a little cautious going too close to the edge. I would only have to build them in again. Ooh, 100 yard, you're not feeling well? Needing to do emergency? Emergency is a beverage I also like. Don't always need it, mind you, but... Up. Yep, that does, in fact, mine away the ice. Don't want to do that. I would prefer to leave that. Also, hello, more bucket work. Back to our space remover. This is going to be a really big arena. This is going to be a really big rink. Good, good. That's getting a little close. Some of this needs to be mined by hand. There should be... Oh, interesting. It doesn't go down below ground. Or does it? Yeah, I think maybe it does. I think maybe that does go down below ground. So only one big spot and a small spot where I need to restore where that is. Eat over here, and then eat over here, and boop. And I think everything else is going to be filled in manually. So we're done with this part. Over to the buckets, because we got to empty out some of this water. So much for that. Still got a little over here. Must have been deeper water. There we go. Very snowball-y, this. This is very much like, what on earth? If you didn't know what I was doing, you would find all of this super weird. Which of course it is. I'm probably going to use more snowballs for managing the holes. Like I want to fire a bunch of stone brick snowballs in there. Well, that stung. Maybe next time I will switch back to my flying snowball in time. How about that? It's doable. There. Now, flying snowball engage, and we'll start clearing some of this stuff off too. I should go and get a bed and put it down. I keep having to go back. However, this is starting to look better. Gonna can put that chainmail thing back. Last thing I need is an accidental firing of it. Oh, great. Better random monsters while we're at it. Oh, yeah, we've got somebody also online, so good time to sleep. Seeing as I'm in a bed out in the middle of the terrain here. Very good. Sir, thank you. Must have been there. What was that? I thought I had an arrow loaded. Instead, I'd yeeted myself into the face of the creeper. Not good. So, roughly 1 minute warning for some folks getting ads and things. Hello. Oh, thank you. Cool. I will go and put that. Well, I will go and put that as soon as I don't have my puppies. I will go and put that out in the place. I think I overshot. I'm sure I did. And this is a dandy place to throw a bed. And I even have a little bit of birch, meaning that I can, and I think it may be, no, I've got plenty of chests. Time to throw some stuff down so that I can be here without too much distraction. Here we start by throwing all of these down. These are the ones that can be duplicated using a shulker, which I don't have right now. Here's the random other garbage box. Still meant to do something with this later. A little extra dirt. Wood for building things. Spare tools. Spare chests. Other tools are just buckets. That ought to work pretty well. And we can place this all day long. Oh, actually I might want to pick that back up again. Having the bucket on hand might just be good. Yeah, the question of new music is an interesting one. Like, some of the things that I listen to are not necessarily in line with what I do as far as Airwindows is concerned. For instance, I listen to Patricia Taxon. Patricia Taxon tends to work in hyperpop or like Autechre type stuff, so it's all very DAW-like. It's all very relentlessly digital sounding stuff. And it's not necessarily because that's a choice of like, oh, I want to make it all sound incredibly digital, so much as it's probably down to that just being the available technology. That said, I'm not absolutely certain of that. It could be just, oh, all of this is thoroughly intentional and I did it all on purpose. But normally what I find is genres can be created very much in line with what the technology allows you to do. Developing skills to do this fairly well. Very good. He says as he stops being able to do it. Very good. Might be faster to just dupe some of these guys like this. It's faster than firing the blocks one at a time, and sometimes I can place them faster like this. Oh, interesting. I think it jumped me up automatically. Did it jump me up automatically? Our base layer is probably going to be placed like this. Now let's see. Does this in fact jump me up automatically? Yeah. Cool. Okay. This is going to be a lot of clicking. That said, we'll get there. Oh, if you slide, can you slide right off the edge? Let's find out. Huh. No, it seems to stop you. Unless you're actually trying to go. Suggesting that we could maybe also do 3D. I mentioned Patricia Taxon as interesting recent music, Patricia is also very interested in game making and stuff. Like there is a game whose name I forget quite easily. It's a little Celeste. And she's quite interested in that. And indeed, it is an interesting game, is Celeste. But the whole, like how that kind of stuff works, when you're interested in making games, you're interested in the mechanics of how all that kind of stuff goes. Do I listen to metal, and what are my thoughts about metal in general? You know, I don't listen to as much metal as I enjoy. I enjoy more metal than I actually listen to. It's not often what I feel like doing at any given moment, and at the same time I still like it a lot. To the point where I've wanted to do stuff like that, just to sort of see like, how can I bring that kind of energy? It's also where some of my music has come from, is I will not infrequently try to produce energy levels like that, just on the basis of it being interesting and a challenge in its own right. Now let's eat over to bed and pass the night. And we're filling in this hole over here. Glad that didn't work. Dude. That's the last thing I would have needed. In fact, maybe put this over this way for now. As long as we're not actively duping. I keep hearing mobs and I don't want to. I prefer not to be bothered by them being here. So there are times when it's like, hey, let me build the thing. And there are times when it's like, under this circumstance, I am okay with having somebody assist. This particular project, I don't think it would necessarily hurt to have some of the details. Because it's like, some of this stuff is what I'm doing with Snowball Build anyhow. In particular, I've got something in mind. For instance, we've got packed ice here, and with the packed ice snowball, I can go some way towards filling in this area. It'll still leave a lot of darkness. Doesn't actually have to be perfect. Having a certain amount of like roaring monsters buried beneath the stadium is fine. But that area down there can be filled in to some extent, so I don't have this unpleasant inverse sphere space in here. So I'll spend a little while doing this, and I'm getting about ready to make another cup of coffee. DSP frameworks are really kind of not something that I use, to be perfectly honest. I don't think I really do those. I tend to roll my own stuff as a rule, particularly if it's something that I consider matters. Nothing that pleases me better than being able to do a distinct new version of something that I think is important. Don't mind me. Firing snowballs, placing blocks, seeing if I can't fill in voids with a degree of accuracy. May or may not actually be accuracy. It's certainly quickness. The fewer too high holes I leave, the fewer random mobs will be hanging around. There can still be mobs that spawn in holes that are only one high, but they're few and far between. And I don't know if they naturally spawn. So that becomes handy. A little time consuming, but I filled up that space real good. Ooh, 1 alpha 6. Yikes. Whoops is the watchword. So this is almost certainly going to be how we're making the floor of the place. Because they don't have a make flat stuff version of this. But we can fill in voids. Which coincidentally also generates large numbers of these ice blocks in case there's ever needed to harvest more of them. Also, I will note while still doing this that there was a question of what's the advantage of rolling your own stuff, and like Console MC is using a bunch of things that I rolled myself, some of which I didn't even fully understand and have had to do a little work on mastering them. So it sounds like people working on similar things using just Cookbook DSP. My thing doesn't sound like theirs. It sounds different and I think better. But the point being, I'm tailoring it in a particular way because I want more than I can just get from like reading how to do a filter thing or whatever. It should be possible to be able to do things like filters or whatever better than we currently know how to do them. People fail to understand things. Like if you're building filters, for instance, you can go, okay, here's how to do a perfect filter. And this is the correct filter as the cookbook tells me to do. and it is linear phase, so it doesn't do anything weird with phase, and it produces pre-ring, which is not something that exists in the natural world. So you've made a DSP filter that exists and fits some kind of definition of some way of a thing to, heaven's sakes, sir. I am offended. Offended I am. I don't know how to explain. I don't know how to explain why you would do your own thing rather than just copy other things that other people do that are not as good. Like, how is that even a question? But then that's me saying it, so that's kind of how I got to where I was making new things, was I had the intention to make new things. Haven't always worked. Sometimes it works in such a way where I don't at first understand what it is I'm doing, like the subtype, for instance. I've been continuing to work with what I'm able to do with subtype. Might be leading to some useful, boy, I need maybe my other cup of coffee. And I see 1alpha has identified one of the things I want to do. Cool. Another thing is get a little sleep, seeing as it is nighttime. That will probably give me time to make a cup of coffee before another Minecraft night shows up. I'll just look around briefly. Good. Oh, and I'll throw another log on the fire. Gotta keep that going when it's colder than freezing outside. Got that. I think I am not going to get these coffee beans again because they're just too tough to grind. They're not a dark roast, so they're very hard. that said, I'll get there. By the way, Luca, if it seemed like I was being really harsh when you asked what's the advantage of making your own code, I didn't mean to be. I think that was more or less like a creeper just almost blew me up. And I'm like, yikes. Also, what do you mean? What's the advantage to me making my own code? And I just jumped all salty for a moment there. So my apologies. I will settle down. Settle down with another cup of coffee is what I'll do. Alrighty, here we are, and only about half through the hourglass. I've been sticking that on SAD in my regular videos more often, which is not to say that my videos will be 10 minutes in length necessarily. Last one that I made, it was quite a bit shorter. Hello. Well, that's interesting. Is that being done manually, or am I missing a trick somewhere? Oh, somebody's... I think I know what's happening. My only concern is what's going on outside the wall. Thought so. Might be worth filling that back in. That said, it worked. This is use of a snowball shovel. That's what was happening. It's not taking away any of the ice, this one, but it's taking away all the dirt. and it's going out a little bit past, so now we have a messy outside edge that I'll want to address at some point. But that worked out super well. Well thought out. Then mining the rest of the stuff is a fairly trivial matter. And I can even see how far down that went. Kinda, sorta. Keep hearing growling mobs. I'm going to scoot back over here, resume the, oh, well, hang on. Hang on. I can take a moment to get this. Then fill it in with ice and zombies. Okay, maybe not the zombies. Feel like I'm leaving some holes in here. That's okay though. To a point it's okay. It does not need to be perfect. My habit is to try to make it perfect, but that doesn't mean it has to be perfect. Gotta say again, apologies for jumping all salty over the what's the advantage. I have been compared to like Mr. Rogers or whatever, and this is the distinction, is that I try to have a positive outlook on things and be pretty chill, but I can also be pretty feisty about stuff as well. And it doesn't mean I'm going to be lastingly cranky over things. If I am happy and healthy, I'll be able to shake off stuff. Oh, and it's getting on towards being dark again. Man, I sure hear lots of zombie. Some of this is it makes me sad that I don't have the multiplier snowballs, because this is big areas to fill in. And if we don't, stuff will start climbing up like that. Oh, this is one way of sealing it up. Yeah, and if I had multiplier snowballs, we would at least be able to fill these solid areas with the spam of snowball nonsense. Pretty easily. This counts as a spam of snowball nonsense. Down we go. Just finding all the dark areas and filling them with snowball. Forwards into the danger. Backwards out of the danger. So that's one way of doing it. It may not be a good way of doing it, but it is a one way of doing it. I'm also kind of speculating now on how many floors of ice would be good here. Because we can take the top edge down very easily. It's so far above ground level that it's purely a matter of careful use of pickaxe snowball. Very easy to take that down. But that's not to say that we necessarily want to take it down. The whole rink could be like way high up in the air, meaning that we would have this enormous quantity of empty space available inside the rink. And that could be interesting in its own right. Projects like this can also be like derping around, brainlessly doing stuff for hours and hours kinds of things. Like if I wanted to further pontificate or ruminate about AI or what's going on with YouTube and the changes that they are making, it would be quite easy to do just by setting a task like this out and getting going with it. YouTube ad blockers, indeed. That's one of the things I started talking about because I've got a video coming out on that subject. And my choices might surprise some. But if you've been paying attention, not so much. Mm-hmm. That's fair. I sympathize. Well, the funny thing is, I feel like, see the thing, and I'll be getting into this. I have a YouTube video coming out on this subject. It's partially inspired by Xander Hall. Xander Hall put out a video where he started talking about this stuff. He has this very people who are heavily left-wing progressive have sometimes been cranky with Xander Hall because he's a liberal. He believes in some things like functions of capitalism or whatever, which not everybody does. And it is a fair criticism, to be sure, but it's also in some ways not so fair, because like that's what he is. He initially was a much more conservative guy and learned some things that weren't compatible with that, and amended his viewpoint. But he doesn't start out in exactly the same place as everybody else, and that's important. It's important to understand that not everybody starts out in the same place or goes to the same place, because there are other concerns. I'm liking the way of being able to fill this in like this, but I want to go all the way down. Huh. Didn't expect that. Ooh, we're gonna fall down. Or not. See, if you look at, and some of this is my information as well, like my experience being brought to bear on the subject of the YouTube new ad blocker, so on. During the time that you've been allowed to do that without a lot of trouble, ask yourself, if you are not paying for the thing, who is? Because somebody is. And we know from previous years of YouTube operating as it was like, oh, yay, this is a completely free thing, and everybody gets to have their free thing at all times. It's just like, well, who was paying for it to be like that? Because if it's not obvious, it's going to be an inobvious thing. It's somebody else paying for it. And what are they getting out of that? I feel like I am not incorrect in being able to identify some of that stuff. And I don't always like the end result of like what actually became of the time when it was a lot easier to get away with behaving like, oh, this is completely a free thing because the giant corporation just wanted to give us free stuff for nothing. It's not like they stood to benefit from letting people manipulate our minds through throwing advertisements or weighting our preferences and recommendations for us. Oh, goodness, no. I'm being sarcastic here, but it's for a reason, and YouTube has powers beyond what you would normally get because they also have the ability to manipulate recommendations. If you're being shown an advertisement that comes in and gets in the way of the thing that you're watching, that is obviously a interference. If, on the other hand, you're watching stuff and then seeing things randomly come up in the side and maybe pursuing that and being led down a garden path where you've got new stuff to watch, which looks very dramatic and entertaining and dramatic and exciting and threatening. And if somebody is selling that, that's kind of insidious. And somebody has indeed been selling that. So you are the product, but the advertisement is not obvious. My take on how things are going at the moment, and again, I've got a video coming out on this subject, is that this has happened before. There's been extended periods of time where that is what's been going on. By the way, I am sleeping, so it'll have an eye on my wood stove. It's going along okay, I guess. And it's not like it's only happening with YouTube. But see, here is the positive spin, which I am able to bring a positive thing. And that is, if that was working so well that they didn't need to come after a real live market of millions and millions and millions of users, somebody was ready to give them a lot of money to do the other thing. If that's no longer profitable and they've got to start behaving like they're actually charging the viewing users, then the other source of money is drying up. And since the other source of money is on the nefarious side, that's good news. By the way, I guess we don't have to sleep just because it's nighttime. I am just doing it. 1 alpha 6. I'll stretch a little bit, see whether it changes. There we go. I was doing a lot of researching the other day on ways that I could get cameras going for more cheaply than I'm currently doing them. And this is a possible thing. I could pursue that more extensively. Have not yet really gotten into that. Well, looks like I've got another area that could be filled in right over this way. Let's see about that. And let's not eat myself down into this area. See, the multiplier snowballs would have come in handy around about now. But we will live with the imperfectness of just filling in a bunch of space in a rather haphazard fashion. There we go. That's a nice start. Do this well enough and it stops being as much of an annoying thing that there's just all of this empty space spawning mobs everywhere. The fun of random snowball nonsense. Doesn't have to be perfect. I'm just doing the best I can with it all. Oh, gotta be careful not to do that though. Suit. Granted, this is a silly way to spend time, but why not? Oh yeah. The ones I like are when I can do this. Can be very neatly done. And we will soon have a flat floor for this whole place, ready to surface with a layer of ice. And then we can start doing the how do we make the mobs pop out of a hole and then get knocked into a goal. And that could be fun. Snowball just died? How do you mean? Oh. Okay, that's an alternate way of doing it. Oh, have some more. Slip down inside there. Oop. I like how you can slide over to the edge, but if you go just a little bit too hard, you just definitely drop off. It will stop you barely, but it can very easily get to where it's going to go a little far. I feel like I should be guzzling more coffee and having cleverer things to say, which is not always, like, I guess I'm going to be able to avoid the thing of, like, let me put on somebody else's YouTube video and go away. I don't think I'm going to need to do that, even for fairly long live streams, because after all, my thing has always been doing relatively long live streams. Even when I was really of a mind to be like, let me do this stream and write a song or something and have that going and have it continue to be engaging and exciting for the entire time period, which is a big ask. Even then, I was able to do that for, I don't know, 6 hours or so, which is one of the things that got disconcerting. Oh, hello. Put that back. I would be taking many hours, and then I would get frustrated because people watching the stream would run out of steam and then leave. And go, oh no, my music must be bad, because all of a sudden it's not as many people watching it, ignoring the fact that I've been doing the same sort of techno jam for 7 hours. I'm trying to learn from things like that. Trying to learn not to expect too much or try to go too far, while still having a routine going, a routine that I can keep going. I do note that I'm liking how the streaming thing works, because in the absence of that, I will very often just not be connecting with people at all. I'll just be isolated for weeks on end, working on the plugins and stuff. Whereas doing the streaming and being able to answer questions for people is more engaging for me, rather than just being engaging for like an audience out there. I do find I tense up a little bit more, though. That's why I was doing a stretch, is I do experience that I'll kind of tense up a little more, so I have to keep an eye out for that and try to relax, not end up in a bunch of pain because my body is locking up on me. I'm still a little bit reminded of the creativity thing. And I guess I'll see whether I can run my brain on that, because it applies to me as well. It's not like I'm saying, oh, hi, here I am, I'm Chris from Airwindows, and so therefore when I show up to do something or I live stream, I'm the one that has all the ideas, and everybody else that I encounter only ever follows me around asking what to do. That's not the case. That's not how it goes. I do notice that a lot of times, and maybe it's just because I've trained myself along these lines, that I don't draw a blank as easily. And I can even show you something that I made, which it's been like this entire year that this has been sitting around. I made these cards for composing with. They're a sort of game idea with various things that go along with them. Like, for instance, this one in the front, I can see that it says big section kicks in. It's a transition between either angry and sad or angry and happy. So going from angry to sad means big section kicks in. Going from angry to happy means, and then we got randomly cheerful. Oh, what was that? I don't like the sound of that. My game is muted. I guess I'll find out whether something is going to come out of the ground and kill me. But yeah, so, and it's got 102 tempo written on it, and it's got an A written on it. Various other things, like that would be a 13 and a 4. Here's one where it says calm. I used anagrams to give each of these cards a name. This card is Creek Fish Kerchiefs. It's two same letters, two different words, and the anagrams never lie. So got a large number of these. They all have their own anagram. They all have all these different things associated with each other. The top one there, top is the weirder time signatures, bottom is the normal ones. Going from calm to happy would be called the perky bridge. Going from calm to kind would be another fullness kicks in. And up top we've got a 17, which is counted as 5, 5, 5, and then 2. Because one of the things that I worked out, and have only begun to experiment with, is that if you are my back. If you're doing a weird time signature, the best way of making something like that work is to break it down into simpler counts, which then can be like doing a pattern that is like 5, 5, 5, and 2 is a more memorable riff than just some weird riff that's a string of 17 notes strung together in some weird way. Like being able to do it. Interesting. We have some random stuff kicking around. So I built that into the game as well. And a bunch of the music that I've done this year has been using this game as a technique. Oh, spheres are helmets, and I don't have any chain helmets. Chains is what makes them this big. Please be careful not to make spheres of air all through everywhere, because it can be cumbersome. Don't make any spheres on me. Then the sequence of stuff is stone, then iron, then gold, then diamond, then chain, as far as increasing sizes of megastructures built by these things. So like do some test structures in a place where you can get rid of the stuff once you've built them. One thing that would work really well, I wonder if we can do things with leaf block. If you do things with leaf block, it'll be able to be cleared away pretty easily or burned. That'll make a big mess, but it will clear it pretty quickly. Meanwhile, let me try to clear this space a little bit as neatly as I can, but not any more neatly than I can. I'm assuming that's me, and I'm gonna hope that we don't have random megastructures in the middle of the random megastructure that I'm trying to make. I guess we'll see about that. That's one of the things about Snowball. I specifically made it for the purpose of facilitating some of these things, but also giving you those gotchas where sometimes the game is something terrible just happened to you and you have to compensate and figure out something else that you're doing because what you were doing is now ruined. And it's doing that instead of having the fundamental parts of the game being that difficult. Instead, it becomes like, oh, hey, this is easy, but now it's power tools, and you can cut your arm off with them. So when I'm playing Snowball with somebody and they trip over one of the Snowball functionalities and don't mean to just wreck my stuff and then do, that's part of how I made the game that way, so I can't really, it's not a thing to complain about. It's like, oh, got by Snowball again. And it becomes part of just the experience of, can't I fill in that space? Come on. Come on. Let me fill in that space. There we go. We are very grumpy about filling in my spaces correctly, but that's fine. Good enough. He says, while still unable to fill in the right space. There we go. There we go. Beep. Yeah, I'm excited to do more with the car game as well. The thing is, to do that properly, I want to design them up and then have them printed out and have it be a, hey menu, have it be a physical card game in similarly to the way that like Eno has done oblique strategies. And so many of my things are with the fixed intention of being like absolutely dirt cheap so that anybody can have them, especially software things. So some of this stuff I wouldn't mind not being like boutique ridiculous, like I'm not going to be Apple as much as I use their stuff. But if I need to make a card game and sell it, it needs to cover not only the price of the cards and the printing and so on, but also the amount of time that I've spent in designing the game and doing the artwork, which I'll have to paint up all the artwork for all those cards, and the amount of time that I'll spend fussing around fulfilling orders and all that kind of stuff as well. So in theory, it can make it so like I can fix the deteriorating paint on my house or something like that. Or, you know, when I need to replace my boiler in my basement, then, and that's something that's going to happen because it's going to fail on me, at which point I'll be up a creek big time. So I might be able to have like commerce-oriented things that I can actually do where, you know, it's possible for me to be doing that and have it actually work. It remains to be seen. Like, there's no guarantee that that must be a thing, but it might end up being a thing. I can find out. So that's the card game. And again, like I said, the music that I've made over the last year has typically been made, and that includes all of the songs, up to and including Rise. All of the songs were made by sitting down with a guitar or something else like that, and using this card game to begin to make up sequences of things and then kind of running with them. So the chords, sometimes, particularly with something like Rise or whatever, I would be ignoring the difficult time signature stuff, all the proggier stuff, where it's like, yep, and this is going to be a very progressive song with lots of weird stuff in it. Sometimes I'd ignore that and just run with the first idea that I had that seemed good, and Rise happened that way. I was like, I can make this say this particular thing and go this particular direction, and that's what I want to do. When I'm able to put the card game out, then other people can also try their hand at that stuff. Because as much as I say that I sit down and think of new things all the time, especially with music, I find it hard to get started. I'm often able to run with an idea that I've got. By the way, I'm passing the night through sleeping, so I'm going to throw another log on the fire, and there we go. Zzz. Hey, I can make skeleton noises. There are sounds of wood. That's a big piece of wood, so that should go for a while. One of the things I really like about the streaming is that by the time I am finished, and it is already noon, so my usual routine is going until 5 and then making my tacos. By the time I'm finished, I am exhausted. I'm interpersonally exhausted, and my voice is exhausted. And the voice being exhausted is a very good thing. That's very useful. Oh, how about I get out of here? That's not what I wanted to have happen at all. So yeah, by the time I am finished streaming, my voice is exhausted, and part of the purpose of doing it... Oh, did he fall down? He did. Jerk. The lot of you. Die, 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 die. Jerks. This is a infinite mob grinder. I can't empty that out. That's not happening. Maybe what I need to do is go and get a torch so that I can do it the old-fashioned way. Spamming a bunch of torch snowballs. Or no, I got my way down into the bottom of this floating half sphere of air. And as a result, I can't kill the mobs fast enough to go down there. Just more of them keep spawning. I know what to do about that. I'm just going to fly my way home briefly. By which I mean back to... No, not there. Look, I can see all of the things. I can see your house from here. Oh. I see what somebody's doing. Indeed, it is troublesome, and yet that will end up becoming a cool thing. Now let's have this load up so that I can see where I'm going. Get back over to my base, which is here. No longer filled with llamas. So that I can get either torches, menu, or in lieu of torches, glowstone. I'm going to throw a bunch of glowstone down there. There it is. I found it. Spawn, eh? Let's find out. Well, it's not on top of my house, so I'm satisfied with that part. Oh, sure enough, we got a terrarium. That is a terrarium. And the glass continues under here into this underneath area, which is also made of glass. Fair? Yeah, that can absolutely be a thing. So now that you have made the giant... Oh, and we got something going down here. So if you made another glass sphere, like literally in there, then you'd have stacks of them. And you are absolutely free to do whatever you want with that, by all means. That's going to clearly be an interesting mega build. It's like the size of the mountain that's next to it. And good for you for keeping it away from other people's builds, because these things do tend to intersect. Meanwhile, back to this mega build. Hey, Smiles. And yeah, Fotis, that is part of the whole idea of doing this stuff, is that, and let's see, let's get this ready. Part of the idea of doing this stuff is that I need to regularly use those vocal muscles so that when it becomes time to do songs, I can do them and have a decent chance of being able to control my vocalizations. Thank you. Getting interseated. Gonna be careful not to hit you in the crossfire because PvP is on. And more glowstone lighting up all of this. More glowstone lighting up under here. Ooh. Here, I'll be careful so that you can still get down here and reclaim your stuff. I'm going to place some more lights so that there's a better chance of you being able to get there safely. I can place lights over there without interfering with anything. I'm also going to use a bucket snowball to clear up this water. He says as he fails to clear up the water, let's go under here. There we go. And let's get some glowstone into all of these places quickly. Less random monster spawning. Over here. Oh, dude. Series of unfortunate events going on here. Speaking of unfortunate events, that's a baby zombie. Maybe that's not smart. How about we just take a minute and remove this lava while we're at it. Thank you. Then start flying around. Oh, I found where your stuff is. Lighting it up a little bit. Come on back. Oh, is it nighttime? Should I sleep? I'm gonna have to come back up. If that is, I can even find my way around it. Oh, menu! The hell? I found some stuff. I believe it should hang out for long enough. Let me tell you what the coordinates are. Ooh. Here's where you're going to be trying to get to. Oh God. Well, I can't actually do that menu. I'm deeply underground where your stuff is. Although I see a bed. Okay. I picked up as little as possible, but one of the things I picked up was a bed. ZZ. I'll just place it down here. So when you're able to sleep, I will wake up and then I'll be able to show you what coordinates are. I can show you where coordinates are. So you're going to be around, now I can't get past the bed. Great. Minus 320 and 217. Some of this stuff is yours. I didn't pick up that much of it. I wasn't carrying one of these, so it must be yours. So got that. I'm here looking at the stuff. Massive quantities of it. Now if I could get through here, maybe I can dig my way out. Oh yeah, here we go. I can make this a little bit easier. Bucket. Rocket. And you must have come through here. Here's where we start seeing more in the way of ice. That should keep things cleared up fairly well. There's clearly trouble over here. I hear noises. I see zombies. Skellies. Get out of my face. I hear a slime. I'm putting just a bunch of light down here, so hopefully it will not be as appalling trying to get there. fairly dangerous business running around down here. There's another explosion. I feel like that was another blow. Remember one thing about Snowball is that if you lose everything, you can at least build it back up again. Sneaky. Yeah, I'm kind of making this area more safe, which is not an easy matter. It's a mess. Well, there's a thing. Oh boy. So, not liking that. How about we make this water go away? And that lava. There's the lava. There's the water. Down we go again, chasing the water. Ooh. I keep hearing the explosions. It's like, dude. Tough time. Oh, speaking of tough times, that is a serious river, a serious lava lake in here. Those are sometimes useful. Although granted, it's not like we can't have lava if we want it. Don't really need this. Oh, well, I've got some lava buckets, but there's also lava down here. So there's that. I'm going to get my butt back out of here. I've got it lit up as much as I want it to be. I can go out this way. Making sure I know what I'm doing. I am thoroughly lost in my lighting of cave shenanigans, but we can get by. Go this way. I keep hearing so much in the way of slime, and yet I don't see him. No, it's me. It's me. The slimes are chasing you. Did you find your stuff? It should be around here somewhere. I had it. I mentioned in chat. No, I mentioned verbally. All right. So now I am going to go that way. XBXU 8284 would like me to read that. He said, "Can you read the chat, please?" Okay. Have just done so. Oh, I'm out of here. I'm getting shot at. And Liam says hi. Hi. It me. So we are super lost down here. I know there was a way out. I'm just not quite sure where it is at the moment. I think what I might do is find one of those places where we're clearly by the wall. And just tunnel up there. Like here. Or, that seems up. That seems down. One of the things I was wanting to do was light everything up too, so. Up and eat self up into the space. Got there. Uh-huh. Interesting. Sir, I am offended. He zapped me. There, got back out. Yay. Just in time for sleep because the stars came out. We might grind some more beds for here. That might be a good thing to add. I feel badly for Smiles saying, "I'm deaf, so please type whatever you're trying to say in chat." I'm not typing anything in chat. I'm not able to play Minecraft that well anyhow, much less while trying to type. There we go. So let's quickly duplicate a couple of more of these guys. While we're at it, out of zombies, because I ain't messing with, oh, I'm not messing with you either, sir. I'm not messing with skellies at this power level. They will go quickly. But I'm prepared to take on a zomber so that I can make some extra beds. Shouldn't need that many. I should only need a few. There we are. There we go. So now when sleeping is needed, that can be managed. Ugh. Pigs, you guys are going to get yeeted over the wall. You got a little slime. Be careful of generating slimes at high power levels. Word to the wise. When you generate slimes, they scale depending upon how many XP levels you've got. And that will produce a very, very large slime indeed. Still follows the same rules as other slimes, mind you. So let's see. Oh, I wasn't entirely finished with lighting stuff up, though. I remember I started out over here somewhere. There was a path through which I got down into this area. Don't think it was this. I feel like there's been creepers here. Oh, no, it was going to be here. Ooh, menu. Yeah. And we're heading down into here and lighting the place up. Then getting down to the base level, lighting that too. And this is why. Look at this nonsense. I heard that. Where are they coming from? Just dropped out of nowhere. I'm glad they make a noise when they drop, but that's still most annoying. It's really difficult to make this a safe environment. See, there's a zombie right there. And anywhere we can get zombies, we can get even more in the way of creepers. So it is one heck of a thing. Making this area fit to travel around in. We can but try. That's dark. That's dark and bad. Yikes. Oh, you have ranged weapons. You die first. There we go. More caves. Caves down here too. Just what we needed. More caves. Then we've got some even more caves. With helpful idiots. I do still have my bucket, so we can clear this out. Most likely. If I can find where it came from. I'm not right at the moment doing. Oh, no, that got it. Sorry, dude. Bats are harmless. Oh boy. Here we got lots of more cave. All the more cave you could ever not want. Gotcha. That was a close one. I'll take those arrows. And we have an Enderman hanging around inside here. Now, if I fire this, will I in fact hit him? No. We can't come through here, so we're going to leave that alone. This is one way of doing the old lighting up the cave thing. It's a pretty weird way of doing it, but then this is a pretty weird game, so. And I think I'm going to manage to get my butt lost again. It's hard to light all of this up. It's probably good enough for the time being, though. Ooh. Okay, let's not jump down there unless we have our flying. That's a bucket. Let's see where it went. Probably not anywhere significant. Hey, bigger. So getting on towards 1 in the afternoon. Time for me to maybe refocus my intentions a little bit and figure out what I'm doing. Less of the lighting everything, more of the icing everything. Like that. See, if I do this carelessly, it is going to create more dark spots and more mobs. But I do want to seal this area up. And this is my best bet for doing it. So we are at least blocking off the ability for bad monsters to come running out. Some of it might be even creating honeypots. Little spots where mobs are being created, but they can't get any further, and that would be interesting. Oh, and it is dark. I should go to use the bed. After shooting the random zombie. Hey, a minute. Oh, look at the little cluster of badness over here. Gotcha. Oh, and I see a place where we can put some ice in. Or where ice is being put in. Very good. Ugh. So let's see now. That should seal up nicely. There's light in there, so starting to look a little better. I'm not going to be able to seal up all the voids around here, but to some extent, I should be able to get into a position where I can rather quickly start firing these. Manu! Oh no! Oof. Also got to keep an eye on my wood stove. Make sure I don't get too cold. See, if I plan this properly, it can be comfortable rather than cumbersome. You know, and the way this works is that all the time that I'm doing this, sort of the back of my brain is grinding away on whatever it is that I'm doing. There are some days when I have attended to the concerns of this sort of thing by just doing a lot of YouTube video watching or whatever, occupying the front of my brain by checking out people's videos on stuff. But streaming the Minecraft is clearly another way of going about it. one too far. Mind you, that one is going to eventually be there anyway because we're going to lift everything up by a hair. Very nice. So, got that far. Here's another area that's going to be easy to fill in. He says, misclicking. As long as that spider is not too irritating, I will let it do its thing. If it starts yelling too much, maybe I'll do something about it. I wonder who thinks spiders make noises like that. It's a pretty good made-up noise, but boy. Creative. I will notice that it is dark when the spider attacks me. The interesting thing about music doing, and like I said, I was in the middle of watching another YouTube video when I switched off and jumped on to do a stream. I was watching a guy interviewing Venus Theory, and that was pretty cool because it was almost like, it felt almost like a gotcha interview, where the guy talking to Venus Theory was challenging him pretty hard. Loaded questions, going around saying things like, well, what do you think about the fact that you're not an artist? Which is, again, that's going kind of hard. What Venus Theory does as more or less of a day job is like production music. So he'll write stuff for your game or something like that. And that qualifies as being an artist, very much so. You could say commercial artist and not be too far wrong. But it was interesting to me because I don't tend to think in those terms, even while I watch like Venus Theory videos and go, this is mighty commercial. You know, I can have the take of, you know, this is great stuff, and at the same time, boy, it's mighty commercial. But there's a difference between that and not being an artist, I feel. Well, that was scary. Didn't expect that. Let's try that again. This time on this snowball. And see what happens now. How about I paint down there? Good enough. See, now that's far enough down that I can fill it in reasonably well, but apparently going even farther down is a challenging thing. Maybe I'll eat over here. That's not what I meant to do. Maybe I'll eat over here and find another way to fill in down here. Or even go down there a little bit and then go from there. Like that. Because I don't seem to be able to fill in as well as I thought I should. Maybe we'll just fire off a bunch of lights. And fill in from the top somewhere. So we don't have a lot of dark areas in here. And then call this good. Rather than trying to fill this enormous space in with ice. Up and time to get up and over to where we have a floor area, which is going to be filled in with one higher. But time enough to sleep. Also time enough to throw another log on the fire, as we do. Handling the logs on the wood pile is going to sound like skellies. I'm trying to leave the smaller logs for getting it going in the morning. If I try to get the fire going with larger logs, it doesn't want to go. And that ought to hold it for a while. That ought to hold it for a while. Alrighty. Back to what I was doing. Which, if I'm not mistaken, was over here. Using the glowstone blocks to fill in dark spaces. Of which there's going to be some around here. Or indeed down here, look at that. This is clearly a nasty little dark space. Haven't been here. Already good enough. If we needed to mine iron, we would sure find lots of it around this area. I don't believe we are going to need to find iron. And then to begin filling in up here, having placed enough of these, most likely, we'll start filling in ice, like this. Make a sort of arch. One minute warning for probably ads coming in. Out. And this is one way that I can get down to the ground fairly well. Ooh, nether spruce and nook biomes. Cool. One handy thing about this is that as long as I have room to aim it, I can get right down to the ground quite well. Just as long as it seals up okay. Nope. No, I don't. I always do that. Anytime like the block kills me or a creeper jumps on me or something like that and I'm trying to respond to somebody, I'm automatically, immediately snappy. Like, creeper attacks me and it's like, boom! I'm like, yeah! And then somebody's like, how would you do this? And I'm like, I don't! I wouldn't! Dumb idea. And then I have to settle down a little bit and bounce back. I might be making little mob seal up areas in here if I'm not careful, but that's probably harmless. One thing about it is allowing me to fill in the area pretty effectively. And I do like that part. Oh, tricky, tricky, tricky. That can throw me right off the edge if I'm not careful. And the higher up I get, the more challenging that would be. Making little mob sequestering zones. Single block spaces inside. Mobs will spawn in a little ice cave. See, it'll be relatively easy to work our way up from this to the floor level. So that's my idea for basically beginning to fill in. would like to fill in the spaces very thoroughly, but it's not necessarily the most practical aim. Still, I mean, in Minecraft, people are known to do things as extreme as that. My concern will need to be whether my back strain gets in the way and stops me being able to do it. Random Minecraft stuff getting in the way can be a source of tension. And I'm not really one for like gaming all day and all night, so that might be something that I'm kind of getting used to as far as spending streaming time while doing something like this. Might very well need a little bit in the way of practice. That's actually a fairly good way to fill space. As long as I don't fall down. Oh, getting dark again. Up and out. Not quite sure what's going on over here. We'll go and have a look. It's like a path, and it appears to be a way in and out. Okay. By these rather undistinguished little ponds. Okay. If I don't like it, I can always put something else in. I don't know what that's doing there. Oh, a separate way of getting in and out. Alrighty then. If that don't work, we'll do something else. Meanwhile, over to the flying around, filling in space. Just a very cumbersome process. Look at how slow it's going over here. I think maybe we're going to have to speed things up a bit. Make a sort of floor level, because that's very doable. And it can be good and thick still, but it doesn't go all the way down. As long as there's enough lights down there. I'm looking forward to this weekend. Got promises in mind as far as doing cool plugins and things. But what I am expecting is to give people something that they really want and know they're going to get earlier than December 25th, because I have told people that I would give them a surprise. By the way, build, what sort of build have you got in mind? Eight by 8 square. Understood. More than that? 8 by 8 square of biomes. I hope that the visual quality of all of this is not too far down, because I'm liking the lower latency. I can say something on stream and it seems like people can respond very, very quickly. So that seems good. The ability to communicate is good. Yeah, I made an intentional change to not do the high quality, high latency a couple of streams ago, and we're continuing with that. I haven't put it back, and I don't expect to. I feel like it is better to stick with what I'm doing currently. It is not the ultra low latency, but it is a lower latency than what I had previously done. Yeah, I had a look the other day and I was like, yeah, it seems okay. Maybe not spectacular, but fine. Fine is fine. I feel like if this is something that I'm doing on a regular basis, just to allow for both me to decompress, because this is the game that I played in January when I needed to take some time and just unwind for a bit. And although it's not really working out quite the same, it's not really quite the same when you're streaming, because there's an element of like, oh, I better do this good, which is a silly notion, because the whole snowball thing is very much in line with Alpha 6, goodness, with stuff can happen that can mess you up pretty good, and part of the game is laughing at whatever weird thing happened. Back in the day, I was playing with folks who were very much up to speed on that, although they were also there was enough of an edgelordy quality about them that I was playing with people who, knowing that there was this capacity for things to go terribly wrong, sometimes manufactured that. Like they messed with me on purpose just because it would be funny. Also, that was a solid 10 years or so ago. I've grown up a little bit since then, so I relate to things like that more easily rather than having it ruin my day. OG Snowball days, yeah. Or OG Minecraft streaming days. It wasn't all Snowball. It exists still on another channel. I think maybe some of my backache comes from having to do all of this mega clicking. Which, of course, I don't have to. This is just something that I'm choosing to do. Maybe I should go in one direction at a time. It should not be a permanent floor. If I go in one direction at a time, the shape of the ceiling will be more consistent. And it might be better for just not having infinite places for unpleasant mobs to spawn. And try to set it up so that there's like a roof. Kind of like this. I feel nighttime coming on. I'm warming to the idea of getting that other camera so that I can have room cam more effectively done. Or we can just not bother with any of that nonsense and go like this. Filling in all of this is proving insufferable. Let's not. I'll enjoy what's there. But then we're going to put in some floors, and I know just how to do it with more snowball mechanisms. Put a bunch of lights on. Including over there. Hi. What's over here? No, not much. It's a place to seal up and light up. Actually, that's so close to the surface. Let's see whether it's got nasty dark caves in. Sure do. Stop shooting me. Don't want that. That's far too close to the surface. And it will be an unpleasant place for loud mobs to spawn. So not so much. Good enough. We'll deal with that. I have an alternate way of dealing with this, which I believe I have everything I need in this. One of these. And I'm going to need more of that. So let's old school snowball make it. Oh, come on. Drop your drops. There we go. 24. 48, and we'll have a full stack in a moment. As soon as this guy punches me in the face. Now, over to this area where we will be filling in the floor a lot more effectively now. And let's show you how. Firing at foot level using these means we're filling it right in, and snowballs will impede upon these. So this is how we're going to fill in this area. Oh, there's a zombie down there. Don't have enough light. He's so far down we can't hear him. No problem. I'm using the largest amount I have available. And then we're going to go in from the top. And that's how we're going to fill in with ice. It's going to be over a wood floor. To the point where I don't actually have to cover all these details. I keep on going in and making single blocks get filled in, but I don't really need to get that because ice from above is going to fill it in. That's going to be fine. So I don't actually need to do that. over here, we're going to get to where, one thing about it, we are going to be making a bunch of mobs down there, but hopefully it's far enough down that it shouldn't matter. And this is a lot quicker than what I was doing. And it's still snowball. This also means the nasty mobs can't come up out of the ground at us. So there's that, like, you, sir, good luck getting up. You can't. That is not possible. It is forbidden. Do you hear me? Good luck climbing out of there. We fill it in with ice and we're good. Up, gonna need some light in here. This is all kinds of no good. Heck with you, sir. Gotcha. Sorry about that. Hitting the hapless bat. Oh. Didn't mean to. Thwapping the bat with glowstones. And getting on back out of here to where, oh, hey there, where our stuff is. Oh. Dude, sorry. I guess I can't actually go any farther down. There. Oh, starting to get dark again. Speaking of which, there's a dark space. Don't like that. And here is a dark space up here. Bedtime. This should honestly work fairly well. I feel like I'm on to a winner with this one. The remaining ice making won't be nearly as tricky. Just go from the surface. That said, I'm not sure this is the place. Hang on. Let's fly about and look. There are wooden base, not so much, a little bit more. And here is where we intersect with a chasm. And this is where the wooden base comes in real handy. Compared to filling in all of that space, this is going to be a lot easier. Might not have any disk. Maybe if I go back in and do more work on this, in the event that I'm able to do something like that, feet would be a good disk solution. Like boots. Boots would be making floors. But in the absence of that, the half slabs do a pretty good job. And the yeeting out and placing glowstone part is ready. How are we for glowstone here? We've got lots of glowstone here. So how about eating up to this other level, which is probably a lot darker. Let's find out what's up here. We did indeed need a bunch of glowstone here. But it's not all that bad. I didn't get to cover much ground here, honestly. I hear slime, I hear monsters, I hear problems, but it's kind of just in this area. Never mind that. Let's go back. Let's go all the way back over to here. And then up and out. There. Now all I've got to do is seal this up with ice. And then go one more level. And that shouldn't be too bad. which is not to say that it's going to be easy. It's not that easy, but it's not going to be too bad. A little more in the way of light for places that are going to be covered up. Covering the floor with lava. There's not that easy of a way to do it. Plus, I would rather... I'll avoid that given the opportunity. It's doable. It's not a bad suggestion. One thing about it is it does make noise. So I'm not thrilled about the noise. Gotta love snowball architecture. Ooh, 1 alpha 6. Somebody's eating about with great enthusiasm. Oh dear, does that mean something notably unfortunate happened? Oh. You're probably going to want to try to find your way back then. We got these extra mechanics going on, but then we have all the same fundamental mechanics. Look at how good I am at targeting little spots. It's working nicely. Lighting up all that area. Yeah, I'm going to want to do a good stretch once I'm done. Or possibly, since it's getting on towards, tell you what, I'm going to keep going until it is Minecraft nighttime again. And then once it is Minecraft nighttime, I am going to scoot off and make probably my final cup of coffee for the day. Because there's a limit to how much of that I can be doing. But I can still have another cup of coffee without it being too unreasonable. And maybe I'll start getting chattery again. I always feel like if I am streaming what I need to do, I'm obligated to just chat like a madman. And, oh, just speaking. keep a running dialogue going. So let's get my timer going. It's probably only going to take me half of this. We'll see. I guess I'm having a longer sleep than anticipated. We'll see how that works out. Maybe mobs will spawn near my bed. We'll see what happens as a result of that. Well, I guess not. I'm just not sure if it's wise for me to stay there. Suppose it can't hide. We've better look around a little bit. Well, there's an Enderman, there's a distant spider. Rip spider. It's a creeper, and I don't like that. I will return to bed and we'll see how that goes. Wow, still in bed, are we? Well, I don't hear any trouble going on. Don't seem to be getting attacked by anything. So, let's see what else is going on out here. A pig is staring at me. Even in an older version of this kind of game, we had ninja pigs. They were pig assassins. They looked like pigs, and then they did a transform into another kind of creature which acted like a zombie pigman and killed you. Oh, you couldn't find any of your stuff? Well, if you would like me to sleep, I will do so. Absolutely. I'm on it. Done. Oh, and 1 minute warning for anybody wanting to avoid ads. Drake. Up. Oh, hello. What's going on here? Not much. Let's begin. I don't really need to be closing those, but I'm going to keep it consistent anyhow. By that, I mean that it's going to end up being one block higher than that, but if I'm constantly just accidentally making one block higher than that, it's going to be kind of messy. Like that, you see? Because I won't be able to tell whether it's on top of an empty block that I'm going to want to fill. So like that. And up we go. It'll probably be easy to do the final one block surface. You know, it's okay for you to be punished to live without watching them. It's a dub techno guy that I follow on YouTube that I watch and who is out of Russia. You never can tell how people react to things. He has a visual trope that he likes to use, which I like to think has meaning. I'm hesitant to out him about it. He mixes wonderful dub techno of the such. I don't think anybody does dub techno as well as Russians, and all of his visuals are of scenes in his country, but the tape is run backwards. As if he was saying, this is beautiful music, apologies for how backwards, you know. And that's the kind of thing I can get behind. Goodness knows the country I live in has got its backwards ways as well. I dare say all countries that either have power or have had power have a tendency towards that. As humans, we can just try to survive and do what we can to try to be civilized, he says as he falls in a hole. The big caverns are still going to take me a while to do. That they are. No matter, it's the idea. As a vision. We'll see whether it's a sensible vision. I wonder if there's like hyperspeed icebreakers. I did have shears around. Find out whether shears can break ice blocks extra fast or something. And now we have a little ice area. We'll go around the outside edge, filling in all the spots, and then we'll start dealing with the really heavy-duty stuff. Oh, also, does this need to be made flat, or is this one of those entrance ways? Looks suspiciously like an entrance way. Yeah. See, I may or may not want that to be there, but we'll see. Deal with it later. Need my coffee. that will do for the rest of the day. Some of which might be spent making the new video. I did that video about YouTube's ad blocker plans. Again, it is partially inspired by Xander Hall's take on it. And like I said, I'm very strongly motivated by my opinion that before they were doing that, they were getting paid still, but they were getting paid by people who weren't necessarily working in my interests. And not everything has to work in my interests, but I get to have an opinion about the matter. Go. Coming along fairly well. Oh, one extra. Didn't need to go that hard. This would be much more cumbersome if I had to mine all the ice out from somewhere. Just saying. Time for bed. Likewise. I guess there's a menu is back, maybe? Somebody's back. Nope, it's just us. Unless somebody comes and logs on. That's always a possibility. Just because I'm doing this thing that is so cumbersome that it is slowing my chatting ability and leading me to not be as good company. I'll probably find company. Oh, look at that. We can fill in these complicated shapes fairly well. It reminds me a little bit of old OG Minecraft streaming back in the day when one of my big things was growing just enormous numbers of oak trees in a row and then chopping them down to get wood. And I would just grow all of these oak trees. Sometimes other kinds too, but mostly. Those are the days. Oops. See, sometimes that'll happen. And down we go again. Huh. Didn't mean to do that. Can we jump onto the... Oh, what the hey. I can fly out. Next time I'll just yeet myself out of the pit. And that's how that'll work. Yeah, coming along. Almost ready to seal off the top of the this part of the circle. I'm sitting up extra straight because my back hurts a lot. It's going to be one of those things. I may get used to it, and it may just continue to be a thing for me. Don't know whether it's posture or the fact that I'm live streaming again, or I don't know what. We'll see. It kind of goes away eventually, so. Hey, covered this area over. Now to continue along those lines. He says, well, falling in the hole, let's not fall in that hole. Oops. Double loops. Double loops with nuts. Maybe I'll start going back and forth rather than just across. So I keep going back. Instead I can go forth. It all looks sort of oddly intentional down there, and yet it's all just space fill. We're just using it to fill in the space. Oof. Well, you know what? I can actually climb out of here. Perhaps not terribly easily, but I can. Oh, hey. What you doing, Alpha 6? Looks like you're trying to get iron. Well, I'll fill... Getting all the iron. Okay. It is Snowball. I think I even have iron ingots in that chest. Oh, specifically uncooked door. Fair enough. I feel like the Minecraft afternoon is wearing on, but this is going fairly well. Peg, you're not going to want to stay there. Pig under ice. Mistakes were made. Well, alrighty then. Pig has reconsidered his options. Zzz, incoming. 3, 2. Zzz. Yeah, I'm thinking I might indeed want to, I've got a alternative for that. Here, let me show you a thing. This is not going to be that convenient, but all the same. I do have something of an alternative for the room cam. It's a little weird. And it should be ready before terribly long. Unless it's gone wrong. And we'll find out. One of those other things that I've sometimes done on stream or in other circumstances. And it can kind of sort of serve as a, let's see if this is even working properly though. What are we doing? Oh, have I not? Let's try this again. Soon come, soon come. It's one of those funny things, not unlike Seat Lombard synths or some of the stuff I've been thinking about trying to get going with. Those sort of aluminum bracket things that I would like to make up synthesizers to live inside. There's this device that I have one of, namely this device. And it's not showing up very well, is it? Hang on a second. See, here's the thing we're talking about, but can I make it look like something? Oh. So this is the thing called Sleepy Circuits Hypno. I have just crashed it. So alrighty then, yay me. And it says log in now because I have just crashed it. So we're going to shut it down and restart it, at which point we're kind of watching how it starts up. Sleepy Circuits Hypno is this tiny little Raspberry Pi based thing that does all these freaky visual effects. And I've got it hooked up to a camera. Thing is, it's like a webcam, and it's not actually showing me any pictures. So we're watching it boot up now. Meanwhile, I'll just sort of continue placing some blocks while we're at it. This is what it looks like as it tries to start up. I'll bring back the Minecraft in just a moment. But firstly, so my question becomes, how do I bring in the cam? I feel like maybe the cam's not actually running. We have tried, we have not succeeded in getting it to show anything. So let's not bother with that then. It was worth a try. I thought I could get it to do something. But yeah, like I said, I'm interested in getting a room cam. This does not count as one. I tried to have it turn on and show camera input, but it failed. Hi. Oh, should I come in and see what it is you're doing? Let's come and see what it is you're doing. I will follow. You got to give me a place to go, though. They do not know where your house is. Here's where the village is. Here's where the racetrack is. Yeah, Hypno is awesome. I'm just not prepared to do anything with it now. Was this your house? You're there, so I'm guessing it is. Looks nice. Oh. Oh. We've got Appledrink's face in Minecraft. Nicely done. Are you working from like images of like, oh God. Okay, F11 is not what I wanted. What is it that I would want? 9, 6. Working from some kind of website called NameMC. Yep. Ta-da! Sweet. Very neat. I'm going to run off and continue placing ice. That's cool. Nifty. Actually doing fairly well. Yeah. Although, interestingly, my actual face is just a color of brown. Gray, not brown. Oh, and I've lost my helmet. I must have gotten hit by a helmet. Or hit by a something. I will grab the other helmet when I get my opportunity, but that actually made that moment better because I wasn't wearing a hat. So, cool beans. Random usefulness of not wearing a helmet. I remember somebody asking earlier in this stream, can you make things in Godot? There's a number of games I've got in mind that might be fun to make in Godot. I kind of need to write up the plans for them a little more than I have now. Gad, excuse me. Chris falling apart in big chunks over here. I should put my tiger balm on my shoulders. That might help. By the way, zzz. Yeah, that would probably do pretty well. Put tiger balm on my shoulders and then feel a little better. And again, like I said, I am not sure whether it is stress or repetitive clicking syndrome. Could be either. This is a stressy time of year, honestly. It's always been kind of rough on me. Sir? This is an Arby's. Where'd you even come from? Random zombie just appeared out of nowhere. Broad daylight. Probably appeared in darkness, though. Just got this far. And I could have a room cam right back quite quickly. Unfortunately, that would involve taking apart the drum room. And I kind of would rather not do that because I'm excited about the prospects of the drum room cam. So I'm not wanting to make the drum room cam go away. Oh, one extra. One extra. I feel like covering over the rift is going to be the biggest deal, but it's all going to be in sort of 6 ice block chunks on a layer, as seen here, of wood. Yeah, I am fairly enthusiastic about doing more with the Hypno. Like what you saw was just circles, and that's just the bare beginnings of what this thing can do. A bunch of the visuals that I did in the videos that I made for Welcome to Free Luna, the album that I put out a couple of years ago. More than a year ago. Made heavy use of Sleepy Circuit's Hypno. Oh hey, like halfway around. Nice. Coming along. Oh, all of a sudden we're at 5 height? Apparently. Random XP ding. I thought we were at 6 height. For a while there, I think we were. Well, no complaining. It'll just fill up faster that way. In about an hour and a half, it'll be time for me to get my dinner going, get the tacos ready, which means thawing out some cheese and warming up the oven. The other day I didn't even need to warm up the oven. I mean, I did, but I didn't need to because I was making soft tortillas instead of baked ones. My back. And down we go again. Alrighty then. This is why I didn't want to do this from an enormous giant height. Why I wanted to have it be like this instead. So constantly falling in is not so fatal of an experience. Whereas without the floor there, it would be much more daunting. It's interesting contemplating games, like how one would go about making games. There's a Reddit subgroup that I follow that is about video game making, and it's always interesting to see how that kind of stuff goes, because people will be like, I want to do this as a job, and it's much like, I want to be a music star as a job. And you ask, cool, what kind of music do you make? I don't know, what's good. And that's not the way, that's not a way to go about it. So to get into game making, you got to have some kind of notion, some kind of idea, like this, the Minecraft thing. And that's the big challenge there, is coming up with something, coming up with a vision, an idea, any sort of thing that's going to be interesting. It doesn't have to be great, it just has to be distinct, it has to be yours. And if you've got enough vision that you want the thing to come out a certain way, that makes you be an artist. Whereas if you're focus grouping it and being like, I don't know, I want to have this as a job, what should I do? That's not the way to go about this kind of thing. Got something going on over there. Should I investigate? Oh, are you filling in from the other direction? Thoughtful, thank you. Once one is taking on a project as big as this, one sometimes is like, yeah, by all means, give me some help. it being a pretty big job. Although, granted, this is a mighty arbitrary thing to be doing. But we will see how enjoyable it is once we are actually finished. We'll make this giant rink and then use knockback swords to bonk zombies around and try to get them into a goal. It'll be great. And over to the beds. Zip. We could also ride horses around. We've got our amazing horses. That one went down ways. We're going to try to fill in some of these more carefully, like around here. Oops. I'll get there. I'll get there. It'll be awesome. The final thing. Do not know whether we're going to have this done by the end of today's stream, though. But wouldn't that be interesting? To actually be able to start derping around on it. Just got to do this and one more layer on the top, and that can probably be a wilder process. And one thing about it, it'll not take quite as long, but with not having to go as deep. Oops. We're filling in space here, so it's taking longer. Aye. Too big of a gap. One minute warning for anybody who is experiencing ads. I'll try not to say anything significant. Ooh. Honestly, there's probably going to be some days of just hanging out and streaming and being available for people asking plugin questions, but not having anything interesting or useful to say. And that would be less stressful, to be sure. I don't think I would be able to, but I can do variations off of what I can get to work. That's how I do the plugins, you know. The plugins are all very much I was able to make something compile once, and so therefore I can run variations on that thing, and the variations are really where the interesting part resides, because without it you have just made a object that doesn't do anything. It's the getting it to do something that's interesting, and it's like in Minecraft doing this mod, it's what you choose to make these weird snowballs do. Like, does it place a block? Does it place a batch of blocks? Does it make a big shape? Does it shoot an arrow? Does it duplicate so that it makes another block afterwards? And these questions are what makes it the kind of game that it's going to be. So I don't know, I suppose it's possible I would be able to do one from scratch if I knew where to look. I would be looking to find out how it was done. I'd need to find, like, here's the thing, you can compile it like this is the part that does stuff, change and modify forthwith, and that's what we do. Like, I'm still not exactly sure what, I kind of have an idea as to, my brother found the place where you fire a snowball and overrode that part. And so what's happening with this is the mod that this is finds where the snowball is fired, and when it's done that, it sends that to the mod, and the mod goes, oh hey, this has just happened, what do you want to do with it? And I say, what do I want to do with it? I could do lots of things, and then do. But the initial finding of here is where it says a snowball has been fired, that stuff still is somewhat difficult for me. But then that's not so unusual. Like, Godot engine was mentioned. I can look up in the Godot documentation and find out, like, here is one of the buttons. Here's how we place those. Here is a 3D world. Here's how we put a object into the 3D world. Here's how I send a raycast from one point to another point. This point can be what a camera is. This point can be where your player is. Here's how you look from inside a player who also carries a 3D model. This is where the 3D model is on top of a game object, and the game object contains a model, and the game object contains a camera, and all of this kind of stuff. These are all things where somebody initially makes that stuff happen, and then if you know how to do it, it's like not knowing how to build a piano, but being able to play a piano. And very often, that's how that works. Like, the guy who is able to build the initial piano isn't necessarily the one that you want as far as playing your music for you. Whoop. That was spectacular. You might just want somebody who has a tune in their head rather than somebody that knows how to build the piano for that purpose. I could also contrast that between game programming and game design. Many people want to do game design in the sense of they go, oh hey, I've got a great idea, please do the idea for me. And that never goes over well. Nobody really wants to hear that. And yet, the person might in fact have a great idea. It's just that to some extent you got to start with being able to do some of your own work. Oh, I was going to fill in that block, but was too late. long as these work reasonably well, I think it's going to be good enough. Oh, getting close to filling in this gap. Possibly leaving random holes around, but as long as they're not too serious. There we go. Oh, almost. Will you do the honors or shall I? Last one. I'll do. Up, and just as well because I see a spot. Pfft, that's not what I meant to do at all. Let's try that again. I'm doing it wrong. Stand aside. There we go. And boom. Now it's just a matter of passing the night because it's going to be dark. And then filling in the floor. One more layer over all this terrible large area. And I'm going to be wanting to move those things too, but one thing at a time. But first, a bit of fun. Together we shall destroy the giant monstro slime. Don't make any more. just these ones. And now they are becoming a lot more safe. Okay, that's by way of a little bit of distraction. Just a random interlude. I think they said Applejinx's Jello. The giant one might have said Applejinx's mistake. Although I think maybe that was actually a mistake, might have been the creeper. Past a certain point, you're making charge creepers, at which point it becomes Applejinx's nightmare. And now enough of that nonsense, back over to the placing of blocks. Oh boy, got a lot of... Oh, are we contemplating the size of the ambition? Or have we suddenly made something that I don't know about? Oh yeah. It's a little friendlier, honestly, because you can just fire across, and then if you get one wrong, you can just break it, but you can fill in some space. You end up being able to aim fairly well. And it's almost engaging. Not quite as tricky as the filling in gaps, because there's a certain amount of leniency, there's a certain amount of flexibility to it. And some of the rapid fire ones, don't actually stack up. If they're far enough away, they will come towards you along the right plane. So it's kind of faster than you'd think, except for when you have to break them, like this. But you see what I mean? Kind of works. Yeah, it's funny that you say that. Pity I can't pronounce your name. I'm going to have to one day learn how to pronounce Cyrillic and be able to speak properly, because I like being able to say people's names, but then sometimes it's just beyond me. I'm not good enough at the talking, to be able to answer some of these questions and speak some of these names properly. See, some of them are like easily filling up space, and it works out pretty well. It's almost like they would rather fire in horizontally than stack up vertically, except for that as soon as you think that, it immediately starts stacking up vertically anyway. But it's almost like they want to make a one deep floor layer. If only I had a great way of, you see, it's somewhat forgiving. He says as it immediately goes wrong. Got some of these guys stacked up over here that I need to take care of. Isn't it nice that we don't have to like make chests of these or dig them from somewhere? Wouldn't that be a world of pain, having to mine these out from some ice spike biome in order to make all of this? Yeah, but this isn't even duping. This is just being able to fire them directly and infinitely. It's the next thing to purely creative mode. And yet it is not, yeah. Well, a concept like this absolutely would not be survival friendly, no. Wait. The mad checkerboard technique I've got going on. Does take me a little extra whenever I have to replace or break one. However, I'm doing pretty good. Although I gotta say, I'm not doing any better than you. You're doing at least as well, but it's going pretty well. For somebody who is resolutely a non-gamer like me, this is not going so bad. There's probably some kind of technique being used that involves these straight lines that I was seeing that is more efficient. I don't know what it is yet. Might try it out and see. Just manually placing. So duping and... Yeah, I could see how that would go faster. Ah, indeed, indeed. I'm snowballing placing them. Oops. Also, let me mess with my So Igor, I wonder if I can learn how the NROPB is pronounced Igor. I don't know whether I'm going to be able to do that. Or indeed whether I've maybe misread that somehow. But yeah, I can try. I'll try to remember. And Igor, you are. Ooh. We're probably going to have this done by the time the day is over. That said, it's getting on towards nighttime. Gonna need to work my way over to the beds and sleep. Zzz. Very good. And how are we doing? Oh yeah, your manual placing is going well. I'm sure that goes faster than this. Especially when I don't put them in the right place. Let's take a minute and move some stuff. Fair. Ah, Minecraft player. So, up you get beds, up you get crafting table. We're going to go just outside this door, that being, I think, the only one. There were multiple ones, and I kind of sassed at them, and now there are not. And that can now live outside over here. And I'll deal with the chests maybe later. We can place ice around them. Whee! Slide on the ice. All that and only one double height. Not so bad. You know, if I had a quicker way of breaking double height ones, that would be cool too. But I don't have a convenient or appropriate quick way of doing that. I got ways, but they might be disastrous. So we're not going to do any crazy snowball ways of doing that. Instead, we're just going to zip around. Well, that was your own fault, pig. Eep. Yeah. We would not want to deal with the outcome of that so much. Although it would neatly take all of the one block too high. The trouble, of course, is it could also take one block too high of the wall nearby, which would then require a lot of fixing. So don't want that. Boy. I'm getting a little sloppy here. That said, we're getting right up to the wall over here. Trying to think of if there's a pork dish that involves freezing it. It's like, peg, back off or you're going to become insert pork dish that involves freezing it. And the reason that I'm off camera is because my back hurts and I'm slouching backward. Yeah. Well. Hey, if you weren't helping me, I would be doing this all by myself. It's just kind of that I was playing with somebody back in the day who would do mountaintop removals in survival. And using stone tools, which meant it would go a lot slower, but that the process of doing it would involve generating even more tools because it was just stone tools. So you're constantly generating cobble, so you'd never run out of stone tools. Compared to something like that, this is not so much. Got some kind of underground zombie. There, now it's at least a little bit closer, covering more area sparsely. Oh, nice. Placing a few too many too high blocks. As I get more used to all of this, and especially as I get some things like the room cam going. No. Add while I was mid-sentence. That's YouTube. YouTube got a YouTube. Especially once I get a functional room cam that I can use, so that I can still have the drum room cam going on. I'll be more interested in jumping back into music again, and can do that and then bounce over to like unwinding with Minecraft or whatever, doing a little bit of everything really. Because the music making, not that great as a long continued thing. People are not always that thrilled about hanging in there through all of that. It's not like you're giving a concert exactly. Not like this is a concert either, but I mean, this is game live streaming. People can be like, what in the world are you doing? Or like, how are you placing those blocks like that? That's not like the game I know, because it's not. Neat. Up. Time to scoot over to the outdoors where the beds are. Splendid. Back we go. Yeah, we're not halfway yet, but it's not so bad. It's something. Something to be doing. And we've got those knockback swords, so as soon as we're actually finished, we can spawn some zombies on there and start knocking them around with the knockback swords. Or if this is too boring and you would like, you can go and get a empty shulker box where we can start duplicating those swords without wearing them down. Because that is indeed the most effective way we can do that. And we only need a single shulker box to begin. Oh. What have we dropped? Oh. A shulker box with anything in it? Not yet. So here's how we do. So there's that. I think some of this stuff can reasonably go in here because we're not needing it anymore. And then I'll scoot over here. I think to some extent that's what's going on with me, is I'm not so much getting hand pain, but I think I'm getting some neck pain. And a little boop, 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 boop. And there we are. These shall be discarded. This is our master box. We'll throw them in this cave. Oh gosh. Let me get out of there. Let's not fall in the lava. That's the last thing I need. But, whoop. Those can all go and despawn because the only remaining one is not over here. It's this one. There's our master box. So let's place one out here while we're at it. Where this other stuff is. Oh, interesting. This is an area that goes down into a hole. What a great place to place a bunch of random shulker boxes. Blocking off this area so that bad things can't get in. More spaces than I really like here, but that's fine. Doesn't matter. Trying to have this fill in solidly, and it's not actually going very well. But no matter, we'll get there. See, it keeps doing that. See, it keeps doing that. Whatever. We'll have a giant silly help. Now I have more of them than I wanted. Okay. I end up getting tired with this stuff and frustrating myself with it. I'm going to say that's enough for now. There's where the giant cache of shulker swords is. More than enough to do more. Oh, my neck. Whee. Oh. You know what? Tell you what. We're gonna have Chris's chin view for a while here because it's soothing my muscle strains. That or nothing is forcing me to do 8-hour streams. I just decided like, well, why don't I do it like it was a day job? 9 to 5, man. But nothing's actually compelling me to do it. I just sort of feel like, why not do it like this? And it does take me out of some of the patterns that I would otherwise be in, so there's that. Boy, the more sloppy I get with this kind of stuff, the more time it wastes. I guess that is sort of how these things go. I may or may not have enough gas in the tank for making that video, but I can finish up the making of the video tomorrow, the one that I was talking about. And bad time for Minecrafters. Hey, Ollie. Sir. There we go. Oh, a guy hit you. Yeah, my dexterity is not standing up to this fairly well. Do you have shulker boxes of pack dice? Probably wouldn't be a bad idea for me to avail myself of that sort of thing, or at least get organized. I could at least be not doing these as randomly as I am. Let's see how this rolls. You could indeed. You could indeed. Now let's see if this goes any faster. I'm sure it's not going to be as fast as you, but I might not be letting down the side too much just because I want to do it by firing snowballs. Still being a little bit random about it, but no harm. No harm in that. Oh, and let me make a big tall stack of those things in my inventory. That's how you do it. You run backwards while placing. My normal placing speed is not really any faster than the snowball version, but it'll probably amp up a little bit once I get some of this area straightened out so that I can do that. Indeed. Is that a thing where you're actually doing it on a like Twitch sponsored or something, that kind of deal? Or is it simply pastime activity, as they say in Toxicity? Minecraft is a pastime activity of our city, of our city. Alrighty. See, they're running backwards while placing stuff. If I was doing it properly, it would go really well. Thing is, I'm derping it so much that I'm losing any advantage I might gain. Press from Airwindows, you are fired from being a Twitch streamer, he says on YouTube. See, the thing is, if in addition to doing video, in addition to doing audio, if I'm able to also think of cool games, then that might be a whole nother level of interesting. And I don't have to be good at playing games if I'm able to think of cool stuff that can work, that people would enjoy. It just becomes one of those things. It's almost like becoming a musician. Either the playing of games or making them. You kind of have to have a real style with it, and also put in some time and effort in doing that thing. And there's only so much time in one lifetime, so you end up limiting excuse me. Limiting your horizons to some extent, just because there's only so much anybody can do. That said, it's always interesting hanging out with people who are like, challenge accepted. I will do all the things. I often feel a little bit like that. Like, I must and will do all the things. Which is not necessarily a wise or sensible attitude to have. But, you know, it's like, well, if that's the attitude you got, then, I don't know, have fun with that, I guess. See about filling in some of these spaces. Hey, I got a walking sideways trick going. And it worked a little bit for a minute. Let's fill in this area and then try that again. See whether it works better the second time. 53-second warning for more ads. YouTube's got a YouTube. I can well believe that. That's not terribly surprising. It's like, what kind of people are going to be taking that job? They're going to be a real gamer bait. So let's see now. Ooh, that's not going well at all. Thought it was going well. It wasn't. Oops. See, when I can keep that up without having to fix things too much, that actually works fairly well. When I start stacking them up a little bit too much, it's not as time effective. You are going to want to be elsewhere. That's more like it. Hey, menu QQ, once more. Let's see, where's that entranceway? It's right over here. We've got beds enough for everyone. This way. He says, unable to get out of the... There we go. Over to here. Alrighty, there's plenty of beds. This is did you see where we went? possibly eat up into the air so the location can be seen. We're over here. Where you at? We're over here. Wink, wink. Still in there? I'm trying to find Manu. Okay, that was some serious bouncy. Ah, very good. Here. So alpha already. There we go. Meanwhile, out of here. You too. Oh, anybody want an enchanted bow? It's an unbreaking. Ooh. How impressive. And you are not threatening. Oh, you ain't seen nothing yet. It's going to be even crazier than that. That would also work. We absolutely can bring boats onto here and set out a little like pylon course or something, and that would be equally awesome. But the main idea is spawn zombies and then hit them with knockback 2 wooden swords into goals. We can even dig holes in the ice for that purpose. And that's going to be an amusing game. But yeah, the boats is a great idea. Liking the idea with the boats. That's the thing, is we have to have a space comparably big to this for some of those shenanigans. Or it could be a sort of chase game. We could set up a skeleton, a high-powered skeleton, carrying something, so that it doesn't have a bow. Because the high... well, we'll get this finished and then you'll see. High XP skellies are demonically fast. So if they are on the ice, but then you're in a boat, you can do a thing of like dodge the skelly, and everybody skids around like mad. And that might be a crazy thing too. It'll be worth a try. I'll see what that's like to start off. Because I'm pretty sure the skelly will move incredibly fast on the ice, just as it would on ground, but it shouldn't be able to turn on the ice. And that's normally where the super high power skellies are a complete living nightmare, is that they, and I'll take that arrow. Is that they can corner at the same speed that they can move, which is unrealistic. So basically, they're just this impossibly fast, like zooming right up to you and clobbering you. But if everything is on ice, it could miss and go shooting by, and then it would be this, like trying to chase you at light speed, but skidding around all over the place. And I'd really like to see how that works. In fact, we shall see how that works. Place the remaining blocks I have on me, and then maybe I'll experiment with that right now, because we've got lots and lots of ice out here. I'll have to be ready to shoot it though. And the inventory is getting empty enough to be ready to break and pick up that chest. Not quite, but almost. So let's see, sideways on. Nicely done. Let's fill in the rest. That does use them up pretty well. It's a good start. Go, so getting towards empty. I guess this is a good enough time as any. 2. Break this and try to grab all the stuff in it, which I'm not going to be able to succeed in doing, but we'll do it a bit at a time. Back out to here, where we're placing some things. And this is a fine place to place some chests. In decorative form. And there we are. Gonna want to hang on to that. And back over to grab the remaining stuff. That does it. And now the chests are clear. Random cow mode. Okay, so this can be blocks, and then we can have another one be organics, which includes gunpowder. Moderately fancy things. Oh, hang on. Wood, string, good enough. Oh, this is looking awesome. Look at that. So I have 53 packed dice left to place. Let's start doing just that. And that's all. Until I find more. Such as maybe over here. Nope, that's just a straight block. There's a potential place where maybe a bunch is. Here we go. We're going to assume this isn't the last one. Okay, so that is now an empty shulker box. Hey, dang Dr. J. It's dark again. Oh, for heaven's sake. Well, sleepy time. Sleepy time. And there I thought I was going to bounce on the bed. It's almost like somebody has a watch snowball and is accelerating time. We are so close to done. And look at all the monsters attacking. A lot of good it does them. Those guys can't last the pace. I don't know whether I am going to be useful doing this, but I can place them this fast by running sideways. And usually not stack them up too high. So as long as I'm doing that, I'm doing it with reasonable speed. Alacrity. Oh, and then I just placed them wrong. Bouncing up and down a little bit there. Oops. I'll do a twirling method. It will work until I have used up too much space and no longer... Oh, a little too much. That kind of almost works. Oh. This is going to be pretty crazy when we finish. It's not going to be that long from now. I've done so much already. The insane Airwindows ice rink. Or we should call it after you guys, rather. I've already got Airwindows to be Airwindows. It doesn't need to be this too. We'll call it the Alpha Q. Alpha Q Arena. You can make a billboard. That will be my suggestion, Alpha Q Arena. So that's a cool name. I keep hearing monsters in there somewhere. Well, they can't be literally on the arena floor because it has to be ice. But in the vicinity would be fine. Man, that zombie growl was something. That'd be a serious zombie growl. Must be an empty space around here somewhere. Sounds like a werewolf, this thing. Oops. I'll fill in over here. And hang on a second, we need to clear these out if they're empty. They're not. That one is. And you cannot put shulker boxes in shulker boxes, so that's fine. Getting there. Getting there. We are close to done. Oh yeah. See, I knew we could. I would have been doing this myself if not for you guys, and probably would have still done it, but maybe not by the end of the day. But yeah, this is really close. Don't have any pickaxes on top of your snowballs. Last one. Boom. Done. Now I am just going to go and clear these things out. Oh, you're going to go and clear these things out. And for my next magical trick, here is a very fast skeleton carrying ice. And this is me getting the hell out of Dodge. He's coming for me. He's coming for me. Did you get him? And I need to put some steak. Oh, menu. Okay, so that's going to be a zombie. That's not as worrying. I made a Scully. The Scullies are insanely fast, so they are not safe. And I'm going to make another one and then run away from him. The question is, can I shoot this guy? The answer is absolutely I can. But I gotta run away again. Where is he? Where is he? Beware! I gotta do that here. Or do I? I do. Got him. Okay, so that's a little challenging. Don't do what I just did. That said, are we in a boat? How's that working? Nice, here we go. This is a lot safer than what I was doing. So setting up some pylons on here. We could do races. We are going to have bad guys showing up on this momentarily though, so let me up. Or indeed, we'll just pass the night this way. Up. At this point, we cannot. But what we can do is open this box on the top, or just remove it. Place it back down here. Let's put all of this ice in here. And I'm going to grab these just for good measure. And it is time to play zombie games. Oh, what's here? Oh, we're making a track. We're making a track. So, zombies on ice. Oh boy. He can make me go flying too. I see you. I dodge you. Ow. Well, that's not going well. Getting out of dodge. Ow. This guy is very determined. Now let's see whether I can find him again. Okay, so, oh no, I found him. There he is. You know what? We're not going to play this. Oh God, you're going towards the zombie. There we go. He's a tough one. Okay, so that's a wild thing, although I shouldn't have given him the sword. Oh, you got a problem there. Yeah, don't do it when they have swords. Give them like a piece of ice or... Oh God. Crafty man, you're going to regret that choice. Yeah, don't let them have diamond swords. Don't have a diamond sword in your inventory like that. This is arguably a mistake, even if it's a very good. Oh, okay. Well, then there you go. So that wasn't by accident. That was on purpose. Alrighty. I am not sure how this is meant to be laid out. From above, it looks like that. Maybe we'll rethink that one. You ran out? Yeah, I don't know how you'll get around that. I'm gonna say let's reboot. Yeah, I'll give you the pieces back. I'm thinking big old pylons rather than an actual shape of a track. Oh God, I got some of the, yeah, gimme. I did this by mistake. There we go. Did not mean to be getting the actual ice in the process. Just only this stuff so that this can be a big empty space, and then we can play more dangerous games with things like zombies. Zombies and skellies. The skellies are very, very fast, unless you have very low... You can do like low XP skellies, but they can't be carrying dangerous things. They hit like a ton of bricks. And then we need goals. We should find out whether, can you shoot from a boat? If we can shoot from a boat, then we have a potential game. The game would be, here you go, the rest of the, over here. Very good. Just a little more. Picking up a little of this crud. So boat, we can have a zombie who is carrying a boat. Or no, I'm going to be even more daring. It is time for shooting while in a boat at potentially a psychoskelly. Oh God. Okay, he needs to die immediately. I made a bad mistake. That was supposed to be a boat, but I placed the boat so he was armed. He had ranged weapons. Not a good idea. Let's figure out what he can be carrying that's safe. Yeah, I'm at 48, which is arguably too high for this, but it does mean that he'll be... Here, you can carry an ink sac. Hit people with ink. You're at 60, so don't generate any mobs, or at least don't generate any skellies for this game. I place a boat. I'll go over here. You should have the knockback for that. And now that I have ink sac in my first slot, time to try the danger zone. You're coming right for me. Can I outrun him? Oh, this is not easy. So I only survived because I had thorns. So this is maybe not the best game. Racing, good. Generating skellies? Yeah. That said, let me take the bones away from there. If I do a zombie, he's very tough, but can't move very fast. So we'll do one of those. And then I'll get away from there. And he'll still be trying to get me, and in fact he is. I can't aim for squat. Yeah, boat not good for this. Oh, did you get him? Yeah, racing, probably good. Hunting mobs in the middle of a boat, not so much. But on the bright side, I got a little more ink sacs. Tricky. I'm not even dealing with this boat. I'm sorry, it just makes the whole thing much more difficult. going to eat myself with snowballs until I move faster. And yeah. Or another thing we could do is have an area overhead, kind of like this, which is now a sign. Oh, no. It's dark. Those are not mobs that we created. Those are mobs that are legitimately there. Oh, right, I forget these pigs. And there I thought somebody was generating mobs in here to fight. No, they're just natural spawns. We don't have light. Well, that's one way to go, I guess. Boy, my luck is just out for that plan. Up where the sign is, which is reasonably safe. And the sign is Philfau 8. All right. Alpha Q Arena, hell yeah. Of course, at this time of night, it is the battle arena. You just have to look sharp and see whether these are mobs or other players. But we sure do generate plenty of stuff. All I gotta do is roam around and the mobs just appear. It's a new kind of mob grinder. You can hunt them in a boat. Like this. Gotcha. All right, I got the boat. Alpha Q Arena. Are we going to make time go forwards or sleep? I feel like sleep might be good. Oh, we're going to make time go forwards. All right. You can still basically read it from across. I do not have any torches that I can tell. Somebody else must have the torches. Also, my feet are now gone. There's some packed ice boxes. Random crap to despawn. Never did find anything that useful with the unbreaking or the knockback. Cool as it would be. Oh no, it did not work. Trying to sail up there, but you bounced off of me. Ooh. Okay, your stuff is still up here. Oops. Come on back. A little of it is down here too. And is any of it over here? Yep. So your stuff is here and on both sides of the wall. I'm going to take a moment and get food out to thaw and get the oven going for my dinner, which is going to be in about 50 minutes. 50. Oh boy. Just a moment while I put on the... Okay, next time around you're going to get me. I'm going to go... Whee! That was a narrow escape. So this is, in its own way, a bit of a game making tutorial. Oh, and you missed me. If you were going to hit me with the boat, that did not actually happen. But this would also be a weird and interesting way of making courses like this. And he landed in water. Nice. As boats should. What have we here? We've got a piece of wood and a little bit of ice. Arrows. Okay, well, I've already got arrows, so I don't need these things. I see how that's working. So yeah, there's a whole... oh, your llamas went down the river into the basement. I got a couple of them on leads and the others all started following them and they went down into the basement. Where I believe it is pretty safe, I think. So this is what we were doing as far as figuring out what makes for good games, is boats on ice, very good at going really fast, but very uncontrollable. So you could have a course, but it has to be really large and have really slow curves in order to be able to steer at all. And so you can get this going, but then in order to be able to go anywhere with it, you kind of avoid running into things. And you can't make a tight little course or it needs to do too much turning. It's very unmanageable. I have not tried a minecart. That might be a weird but plausible idea, is trying a minecart. The idea of, let's see now, what are we doing? Getting out. The idea of getting mobs and hitting them with wooden swords has its own things. One of them is, do not put dangerous weapons in your first slot while you're doing this, or the resulting mobs become incredibly mean and beat the heck out of you. And it's tough. But if you've got something safe for them to carry, you can kind of do it, like so. Then you hit them and they go flying, but then if they hit you, you go flying. And they do end up doing a fair bit of damage, so not an easy, not at all an easy. And they can build up a pretty good clip too, because they're on the ice. So what you got to do is go past and be sure you're not so low on food that they end up just straight up killing you. Because he builds up a pretty good clip of speed. even though he's a lame zombie without extra boost speed. So on the back of that, I gotta say, unless it's bows with knockback, the game with the wooden swords is not all that great. Oh, are we playing? And I see somebody has spawned a skelly with arrows. Oh, those are enchanted arrows. Are you in trouble? Do you need assistance? So Alpha here is attempting to deal with this scenario. That Skelly is locked onto him. I cannot tell whether you were in serious danger. If you are, you're too busy to do anything with. Oh, no, you must have been shooting at it because it died. So yeah, so these are the kinds of games that you could play in the Insane Ice Arena. We'll put a smoked glass ceiling on it later. Just kidding. So some of the mob-oriented games didn't work as well as I thought they might. Perhaps the boat-oriented games might still work fairly well. Of course, you can get yourself at a good rate of speed using the fireworks rockets. I should really put my better armor back on. Are you glitching? So while our compatriots are fooling with that, I am going to put the wooden sword back, only slightly used. We've got large quantities of the wooden swords, which are not actually useful, but what the hey. Maybe we'll come up with something to do with them. We may just come up with something to do with them. Here's a couple of more boats for here. Won't be needing the bow, I don't think. I believe that was my glowstone. Wood into the organics chest. Packed ice shulker boxes. Into the large chest with also lots of ice there. And with that, I'm going to head past here. That beeping was ready for making my dinner, which is going to be in a little over half an hour. Yeah, the llamas were up here and are now all down here. So let's go and see them. There's a couple. There's another. There's another. Now we're going to want to not let the llamas wander into lava, so we're hoping that's not going to be a thing. But it's fairly far down here, so with a bit of luck they won't wander that far. So here's a bunch of the llamas. This is where they ended up. And we've got assorted other llamas in assorted other places. Like there's one place. Another one hanging out here. It's going down to take a swim. Got a couple of other guys here. Go join your friend. And there's another. So with leads, the llamas are perfectly manageable. I made some leads, so you've got leads if you want them. Oh, don't be hurt. I'm not trying to hurt you. You're just going to live down here now. And while we're at it, oh, is all my fancy, must be in the fancy stuff, chests. If that, funny, what happened there? Well, there's one diamond chest plate anyway. Oh, but we can't wear diamond chest plates. That's right. And do I even have any boots? I'm guessing other people must have used up my fancy stuff. Okay. That is a thing that will sometimes happen. We do have a bunch of stuff. It's just not up, and somebody has used up one of the anvils, so we'll place one. Boom. There we go. So plenty of hats anyway. I can wear regular diamond pants. They might not be enchanted, but I can wear it. But I've already got diamond pants. Okay, so handy use for the anvil. Let's fix these diamond pants I'm wearing. Fixed them up good as new. Still don't have the diamond boots. Are they here? No. Josa Lihoya. Oh, I'm glad that you enjoy them. We can but try. Here, let's get back some of my XP. The new pressure plate that can be stepped on by mobs, which is not what we want, so maybe I want to go back to the switch. But for the time being, it is a pressure plate. So, mobs are us. And this is a very cool dome, I gotta say. It's a neat thing to have there. Up. Hey, diamond horse armor. And do we have diamond boots other than I can just make some and wear them? I can just make some and wear them. I'm wondering whether I had special feather falling diamond boots. We do not have diamond boots in here, and I'm pretty sure we don't have them in here either. Hi. Whose little friend are you? Oh, indeed. We should absolutely test that. Just as soon as you figure out what these guys are doing. Why do you have like peaceful zombies that aren't attacking anybody? Menu. They're definitely menu zombies, no question about that. But they're pacifists. I mean, just because they're holding wood shouldn't make them be pacifists. You told them to be nice. You successfully told them to be nice. I don't understand how you manage that. Looks like they're trying to get you, though. Oh yeah. You may have told them to be nice, but they're not. They're only being nice to us. They are indeed rebelling. So let's see. What were we doing? Well, among other things, I was going to... Never mind. Among other things, I was going to make some diamond booties, even if I can only make unenchanted ones. There we go, and I got a little protection anyways. Oh, something's over here. What's this? We've got another quadrant in this biome. Check that out. We've got a no trees quadrant, and we've got an all the trees quadrant, or two. It has managed to shear some of the trees from over here, but I got an axe on me, so I'll take the rest of these down. Shouldn't be any trouble. That's what the shear snowball did, is take that stuff out. What did I just hear? Am I being shot at by a skilly? There, so the one thing I'm not that thrilled about is the way that these spheres don't go down to the ground. They are completely spheres. They go all the way through to underneath. It's neat in its way, but it means it kind of interferes with things. Oh, a little more here. Might as well trim these guys so that they're not just random tree trunks kicking around. Tidy up after ourselves. Hey, we can throw a few, fill in the gaps by, there's a tree, so we'll have a tree there, and we'll have a tree there. As long as it doesn't intersect with the glass, it's cool, presumably. There, now it looks as if there hadn't been anything conflicting. I'm curious about this brick cube. What is in brick cube? I got the mysterious brick cube outside of the house that was made for me by Lucky Flop. Let's see. Maybe it's just a giant pile of bricks. That's not just a pile of bricks. I'm not sure what this is, but it's not just only a pile of bricks. Looks like there's a hole in here to me. Time for daytime on Airwindows World. What ended up being down here, if anything? Nothing? Okay, so what we'll do is we will refurbish the hillside just a bit. Little dirt, and Bob's your uncle. How much dirt is a little dirt? I think 1 dirt should suffice. And with the magic of snowball, I've been doing this all day long with ice, and so it should be fairly easy to do with just dirt. Oi. Oi. Filling in gaps, will ya? Oi. You oughta. There we go. What's up with that? Hey. Oi. Come on, you. Random bonking at doors? What's this about? So this is the Let's Make Obnoxious Noises stream, apparently. What could possibly be better? That's very Airwindows. That's the Airwindows obnoxious noise. And here we have our hillside back, such as it is. And yeah, so let's see, not actually using the diamond chestplate. I could though. I'm not using that elytra as much as I could. Like I could be using that a lot more than I am. Oh, by the way, that can go back to my base. Just be a handy something or other. Can put it in some, like, this storage system for junk. Where all this stuff can go, because it's all junk. And dirt, which is junk. Everything's full. Everything's full. Wow. All right, well, I'll take a little more steak anyway. This is a lovely new elytra. Oh, and there's the Sharpness 5 book. One man's junk is another man's treasure. So yeah, we will put the elytra back and just eat around with snowballs. And put the glowstone back. What was I going to be doing with these, I wonder? Something. Oh, hang on. Can I make myself be very low level by something? Or by fixing something? Let's get a bunch of iron. If we can. Can we? We can. Use an anvil to fix this, which should take a bunch of XP. Or not. Or a very small amount of XP. That's not what I meant to do at all. Which will take me down levels a little bit. Then let's fix something else. Let's keep fixing things. Keep fixing things until there's no XP left. Oh, the hats? That would work. That would absolutely work. Respiration and thorns. I do not know if I can even fix these hats. And I bet I can't double them up like this, but we can try. Can't even fix the hat. Oh well. I was going to try to do something that would burn XP so that I could go back over and have very little XP and play with one of those skellies in the ice rink. Which seems like a fine idea. So I'll keep searching for something that can be done. What can be done? Well, I can put back on the best of these hats anyway. Which is not that one, but this one. What else can we make or do? Oh, elytras can still be repaired. I'm going to do that. Let's make a lovely fresh elytra, which will probably take a whole bunch of Nope, too expensive, huh? You don't say. Man, this is not letting me do anything with anything. Let's fix a fancy sword. And not with another fancy sword. I'm still wishing I could enchant horse armor. That would be so cool. But with diamonds, as if we had any of those. We do. Okay. Give me a repair on this, please. 18. Good enough. And 2 on that. So it's a sharpness looting and a sharpness sweeping edge. I am down to 11. Those things look pretty fierce. That's what that system is for. And back over to the Hall of Doom. Cal. So, back with this, we will duplicate some paintings. The hard way. Dun 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 dun. Oh man, look at all these drops everywhere. Stuff takes a while to despawn, doesn't it? Here's a bunch of bows. I can consolidate these into a single bow, which will take up less space in my inventory. Oh, fun. I could make a completely healthy but not magical elytra. That's probably how I did it with the other ones. So, have at you. Ha. So that's not so bad. As long as they're not carrying weapons, and the skellies are not nearly as tough as the zombies. So we can do a little danger duping with the skellies as long as there aren't too many of them. He says, as there's immediately... The knockback is what you do. I'm at level 13, so the way this works basically is each time I do this, it will get harder for me. Let's see how far we can go. In the last 15 minutes of the stream, oh, I see a boat over there. Somebody's going to start playing with the boat. Ha! Ha! Have at you. Have at you. He's too quick. You got to be quick. Got him. So that took a half a heart out of me. It's only going to get worse. Every time, that sucker is going to get faster. So one more, but this time way over here. Haha, I have it. Had to. Oh, gotcha. Come on. That way. That way. Haha, gotcha. Not fast enough. Again. Ha. And I'm getting lots of paintings out of this as well. And we did. We built this area today. One more. Have at you. Charge! Gotcha. It's too fast. Got it. Got him. He's not doing a lot of damage, but yeah, the way this works, it gets worse and worse because they get faster and faster in our giant arena. Up. We have bouncing snowballs being demonstrated. A snowball on top of a snowball. They will continue to bounce. Each impact point needs another level of snowball. And I can demonstrate that thus. Multiple bounces. Go like this. 1, 2, and at the impact point, we've got Mr. Dude. We are currently in the yellow belt. We're battling a yellow belt. Have at ya. Got him. So he did a heart and a half. Lots of bouncies. Yeah, back in the day, we used to have multiplier snowballs. So if you had a whole bunch of them... Oh. Okay, so that stung. I got hit by crossfire there. Let's get over this way if we're playing these games. Level 41, that's worrying. I mean, the fortunate thing about it is that when you create them, they're going for you. So you throw one and it's not necessarily going to go just at a person nearby. He's coming straight for alpha. Level 41 is a bit much, I think. How many hearts did he do? Make sure he's not carrying anything dangerous. Like, here's another one of mine. Level 14. Oh, he ain't going anywhere. I wasn't prepared, I just nuked him. I had forgotten we had the bouncy guys there. Alrighty, so back to what is laughably considered normalcy. Level 15 this time. I've at ya. Let's see if I'm fast enough I can keep knocking him back and not take any damage. However, he's too fast. Three and a half hearts damage that time. They get tougher. You feeling okay, 1 Alpha 6? One Alpha 6 is feeling a mite dizzy. I'm not entirely sure what's causing that, but boy, it sure looks funny. We'll leave 1 Alpha 6 to his nausea. Head over to the signs where we are going to battle another one of these ludicrous skellies at level 15. Dun dun dun! Two hearts that time. So we're going to get to level 16 before terribly long. Oh, hey, crafty man. And Alpha is probably over here. Still feeling very ill. Being largely invisible. That's pretty glitchy. Can you get him with... We're both going, what on earth is going on with you, Alpha? That's going to be an interesting note to... what does it look like when you're riding with Alpha? When you're riding with Alpha, boy, are you having a time. Whee! At some point I should find out what on earth that was about. Okay, level 15, eh? We're almost ready to do level 16 dueling. Sir. Ha, hatcha. Oh, is that what it is? I'm getting lots of paintings. Let's give him only one painting because this is excessive. Oh. Okay, so you're just spinning up to top speed. Is that what's happening? I see. It does indeed. It does indeed. All right. Level 16 Skelly. Dun dun dun. Green belt. One and a half hearts. Dun dun. It'd be nice to start this with like 0 XP and see how that works. But that's definitely a game. We don't need this much ice for it, but that's a game. And I will try the spinny thing. Oh, no, I guess you're trying the spinny thing. I will try the spinny thing. And away we go. Can I also go forwards at the same time? See if I can start moving. It doesn't keep spinning. Oh, thank you. Somebody is moving time. Yay, snowball. It'd be a pity we can't keep the momentum of this kind of nonsense. Meanwhile, back over to the Hall of Signs. It's time to do battle with level 16 skeleton. Give out. Back. Back you. No. I'm going to hit the paintings if I'm not careful. Half a heart. Half a heart. Yay. Level 17 skeleton. I will sidestep. I will try not to knock the mob into our spinning friend. Ooh, 3.5 hearts. It got tougher. That got tougher. So we've got a kind of game, and the game has to do with our insane skellies. Because under normal circumstances, you don't want to deal with these guys. They are dangerous, and if they had weapons, they would do a lot of damage, and you can barely get away from them. If they're armed with things like arrows, they're a world of trouble. But when they're armed with things like paintings, as this one is, paintings are made of wool and they're very soft. So we can do battle with the wooden sword. And you want to be able to keep facing it and using the knockback to knock him away so that he can't hit you as often. And that's one way of doing it. And on that silly note, I'm going to head back to base. Medium speed, medium slowness. Yes, we built this today, and may very well end up having even more fun with that later. And while I'm heading back to base, with my oven warmed up and about ready to make tacos and turn in for the evening, I'll say it's been fun. And it is possible that at other times I will have a more cohesive sense of what we're doing here. Oh, we have not tried the crazy horses in there yet, but we'll have to widen the door to do that anyway. When we say crazy horses, what we mean is I have a horse and the horse is amazing. Oh, and 1 minute warning just as the stream ends. So we'll get ready to head in. The horse immediately runs off again. So, having ridden the horse back to my base, we will resume this in, I don't know, a little less than a week. I'm doing this Tuesdays and Thursdays. I hope to be posting a video pretty soon, which is going to be talking about YouTube ad blockers. And I've got a plugin coming. And then there's going to be an exciting plugin coming for the holidays. But the ones that I'll be doing coming up may not necessarily be as boring as all that. We'll see. And on that note, oh, he says, come to the area, and it's 5. Well, I've always gone a little bit late. Oh, no, we're going to, okay, we got to see that. Got to see that. That's pretty amazing. Do they slide on the ice? They're like Stephen Wright's pony. And then it's impossible to catch them again. They don't slide on the ice. They're not like Stephen Wright's pony at all. Not all that much. Oh, I didn't go into the boat. I thought I could make the horse ride in the boat. You could stand on the boat, but they don't go into the boat. On that note, I'm going to eat myself over into this pond. Place the slightly used wooden sword back in here and head back to, if not spawn, the amazing horse racetrack. What did I even have in these? Because I clearly have not taken them down yet. Oh, that's where some of this stuff is. Okay. And one more chainmail chest plate in this place, as if, you know, clearly we need those. Clearly those are useful and safe for everybody to have around. Yep. Grab a couple of more ink sacs. And I have not yet cleaned this up, but that's fine. What am I even keeping in here? A bunch of useless stuff. The name tags will come in handy, though. So with that, I will say good night. And I'll talk to you folks later. Hope you like the plugin I drop. I've got a neat one this week. And we will talk to you later. Bye-bye.